bring to fall the giants? Can we bring to fall the giants? Can we bring to fall the giants? Can we bring to fall the giants?
Welcome in, everyone, for some Blue Otter Premier League action here in the lower semifinals. I'm Isaac. Alongside me for this cast today, as always, is Rue. We're getting straight into the game one draft between Elysium and Conduit without any time to spare. And straight away, a lot of these takeaways. We're looking at Elysium. The thing to note about them for today is that they will be having a bit of a rotating lineup throughout the day based on availability.
Yeah, it's a bit of a mess for them, but I think the long and short of it is that their normal mid laner Starburrito is not available. So
Yeah.
they're having to make do with what they have, who they have at the right times, and as such, it's going to be a little bit mixed up. But Conduit adjust accordingly as well, right? They still have to play the team in front of them, and especially when the stakes are as high as they are. This is very literally win or go home territory. Win, you get to move on and play final boss in a chance to make it towards the grand finals. Lose, and you're out of here in fourth place. And Elysium expecting a lot of pressure down towards their bot side, I guess, because you don't have to worry maybe as much from a Conduit point of view about mid. A lot of bot side focus on the bans. They're going to take the setter first up.
Yeah, I mean, with the Ezreal and the Caitlyn taken away alongside the Jinx, Senna is one that's definitely been rising in popularity. And I mean, with the amount of scaling that this champion gets as soon as you get on 2 to 3 items and you got a few stacks under your belt, you're chunking people for like a quarter of their health bar while also healing your team, while also being 7 screens away. But talking about scaling ADCs, Spolder will certainly answer that on the side of Conduit.
Yeah, it's not enough by itself just to throw down the Smolder. You can get away with playing Smolder and Senna very easily because Senna has such a pathetic early game that it also allows Smolder, who has quite a weak early game, to exist and get to that point a little bit easier than he normally would. But you're gonna need to work out what you can do to support as well. And it looks like Conduit can try and delay that for as long as possible. The Wukong here I find very interesting though. I feel like into a Senna, into something that has to take some time to scale in a lane, you want a jungler that can impact early. Wukong doesn't really fit that bill for me.
Yeah, obviously very reliant on hitting level 6 to gain access to that Cyclone. It is a really big power spike for Wukong, but Udyr going to be the choice for Elysium early on. Got that very, very high flex potential between the jungle and the top lane.
Yeah, I mean, we did see an Udyr yesterday
He did.
on Prem, but um, it's odd to see it just get thrown down so early on in a series. I'm not really sure what to make of this one. Yesterday we saw it in the top side as
Oh,
more of a
well.
neutralizer, but I mean that kind of dispels that idea of a flex, which I wouldn't mind Elysium holding on to for a touch longer. I will say potential to do some weird things. Maybe it's like center on as the lane in bot and you put the Udyr top. I throw that out there as a possibility. But Conduit don't see you buying into that possibility at all. They're going to try and take the Mordekaiser into Ornn.
Yep, going to be trying to obliterate the Ornn as much as possible. Also, the ability to send someone to the Death Realm. Really good at changing up the dynamics of team fights with the likes of the Ornn, especially if you cast the Call of the Forge God, you can immediately take him out to ensure that you don't get that double cast, as well as if you find a good flank and find a carry, especially the Senna late on, completely remove them from the team and certainly change team fights around, even if Mordekaiser are not typically viewed as the strongest team fighting champion in terms of the kit available to him, at least in that 5v5. That ability to shake things up certainly going to be one that always keeps us on our toes. Meanwhile, Conduit looking to target out Dilly's champion pool, who is expected to be in for Elysium in game one. Meanwhile, Elysium going to be wanting to reduce the amount of supports that Conduit has.
Yeah, though something that's definitely slipped the net here. I mean, we saw them hover it for R1, and it's managed to make its way all the way through. Hui, off of this recent set of buffs, is just in such a great position. The Q now has more damage when you get your AP actually up, and E having a lower cooldown all the way through the game makes getting ganked that little bit harder the whole way through. A little more survivability, a little more safety. I'm surprised it's been let through here. Ari, though, in a similar place now to Hui, just a very good mid laner, and the ability to roam is actually quite hard to match here from a Conduit point of view. You've got to be very careful of what's going to happen here on the side lanes, especially. What can this Ari impact? Does she go after the Mordekaiser at all, or does she just focus her time on bot lane? Does she not care at all and try and put the pressure on mid? Lots of questions to be asking of Elysium for their substitution towards the mid lane, and then also questions going to be resolved here with some answers. A Karma headed down to the bot side. I'm going to have to assume then Udyr jungle on top for Elysium, which I feel like when you already see the Mordekaiser, you could have done some on support things if you don't fancy that matchup. This is an acceptance of you put this here and we're happy to take it.
Yeah, going to be wanting to neutralizing the top side of the map as much as possible for Elysium wait up to scale to be able to get access to the Call of the Forge God. Such a game-changing team fight ultimate. Also with the levels available, getting some ornaments. Those stats alone going to help Elysium out quite a bit later into the game, but it's about getting to that point. Meanwhile, Conduit going to be looking for a little bit more engaged with the Nautilus getting locked in as their R5 pick.
Yeah, they needed something beyond just a Wukong, right? Either to follow up or to be that person, starting a fight off. Elysium have a very clear go sign. They call the Forge God and they give him a little ring and see what he can do for them. Follow up is okay from Elysium's point of view as well. A lot of straight lines that you can use to get massive AoE damage and AoE knockups. Thinking of Centeron just as a combo by itself. Conduit needed a little bit extra. The Nautilus does provide that, but it makes the lane now very interesting indeed, right? You are accepting that you are melee into a range support. You're going to have angles to try and find a fight. If you hook the center, then amazing. If you end up hooking this Karma, you're going to lose the trade every single time until you level 6s, at which point looking for all ins, and it's suddenly a lot more up in the air. You have to be nailed in as this Nautilus to make sure every single hook you throw out doesn't hit a random minion and pull you into your death. It doesn't hit the Karma because that's just losing trade. You have to hit this center, and even then, with a Karma alongside, it might not be enough.
Yeah, the ability to just peel back and apply a bunch of shields and even some extra move speed on that shield with the Karma. As soon as you're walking away on Nautilus, the amount of poke that comes back is exceptional, especially after the aftershock does go down. And obviously with Cinna's heals, will try to negate any sort of damage you get from said engages. But this is the plight of locking the Nautilus. But as you mentioned, it was definitely a bit necessary to find some extra engage on the side of Conduits. And we'll see how, I believe it's Noodles for 2 is the expected support for Conduit. So see how they play that out. It's a bit interesting to see someone who really hasn't played support all too much this year to be shifted into that role. I mean, at least at the highest. Oh, we're getting note. It's not Noodles for 2. It is Barolo, which would explain the Nautilus pick a little bit more on the side of Conduit for sure.
Yeah, and now I've got to change around some other things, but
Yeah.
we won't worry about that all too much. We'll focus on just what's happening in front of us for now. I think it's maybe not all too much of a surprise that not everyone's main players are going to be here for tonight, because you best of fives, especially when they're happening back-to-back weekends, it can be difficult to get the scheduling right for everyone. So people dropping in and out, but that's kind of the point of this. At this level, it is not just your first five. It's also having a little bit of depth and the ability to move some people around and just grind your way through to the next round after next round. 3 more wins from here is what these teams need to make it to the promised land of winning BOL Prem. And I have to start off right here, right now, as we get ready for Game 1. We'll be back in just a few minutes once that's ready.
We've loaded onto the Rift for game 1 between Elysium and Conduit for this winner stays on match. Mid lane, we have Nyx as a confirmation. Before we get to that, Dilly's going to find out. Nyx walking into the bush alongside Duddy Brains. If you are on tax, all they need. The flash away from Nyx will come through, but Barolo is there to help out and lands a hook. First blood goes the way of Nation.
Yeah, and that is a flash as well from Duddy trying to like finish off Nyx, I guess was the idea, but it was ineffective. We'll go with that. You know, no real chance of that working out. Nice move up there from Barolo to just be in the top side. A savvy maneuver to be in the right place for that engagement, but Duddy Brain's going to get very much so caught out, as it is just a free first blood for Nation. Unable to spend that gold early, but first base going to be looking a lot healthier than normally would.
Yep, and I'll see that 400 gold going to feel really good to get in the hands of Nation. But as you mentioned, obviously the point or the strongest point of max range hook lands down onto Relics. But we're talking about this in draft. You walk back, takes a few chunks away from Relics and Reckoning, and really evens up that trade in the end.
Yeah, this is always the thing, right? When you're playing the Nautilus, it has to be the center, especially in these early levels. Later on, Karma's going to be a great champ if you can pull her in. That's a much better one, but the barriers there, not even needed, just a Karma E, and you still end up taking the worst part of it. Level 1 v level 2 makes a lot of sense. You don't have your own shield as the Nautilus at this phase, but still doesn't feel great to be choosing this Nautilus into a Karma lane. Hopefully, from a Conduit point of view, it pulls through kind of when it's meant to, instead of right now. It's not meant to be strong. It's meant to be there for in the later phases where you really need it to come online, as Nyx is dodging like an absolute madman. Missing on the charm, hopping out the way of the orbital deception as well. No flash, by the way, on that way, and Dilly still can't land a thing.
Yep, just some fancy footwork, but up here in the top lane, we're talking about it being a bit more of a, hopefully a neutralized lane for the likes of Turbofly. He's taken dangerously low, though Noodles for 2 had popped the Ignite. No longer available. Obliterate comes down, not quite enough to find the kill. He's flashed, so there's no escape from the tower. 2 tower shots drop down, and Turboflyer finds a solo kill.
Oh, it's just not quite getting the breakpoints right, not quite having the kill threat that he thought. It's so close. Thorin Shield, the true MVP, a couple of grass stacks here and there, saving Turboflyer at the end of the day, as that is not a good hook either.
Is going to miss the hook. That's going to take him really close to Duddy. Nasian is here, finding his way onto Reckoning, dropping a few autos onto him. Reckoning pops the barrier, stay alive a little bit longer. Flash forward from Chrome alone, finds the kill on the flash wave from Reckoning. Nyx now in trouble. This W from Dilly going to find that kill in the mid lane. I believe it was likely a solo kill, but now Nation in a bit of trouble himself. Going to try to flash over the wall and fails in the process. Now just has to try to waddle away as much as he possibly can, but cannot escape from Duddy Brains.
I don't even know what we want to look at first. I did not think we were going to be here this early on in the series. 5 kills in under 4 minutes. It is pandemonium already, and Barolo's still sticking around, forced to spider pig his way back out to safety. Nyx protecting that crowd the best he can. Still level 4 versus the level 3 of Duddy, but he misses on the E. And even with its better cooldown, still going to be the crab going over to the Udyr, who did have to miss a camp. This whole time was level 3 up against Nation's level 4, but it's still a very positive play for Elysium at the end of the day, right? Nyx ends up falling in the mid 1v1, where Dilly's just able to zone him out, ends up getting that kill with the flash advantage that he had. And they go 2 for 1 in the bot side of the play as well. Oh, no, sorry, 1 for 1 rather in the bot side, because I forgot Turbofly with that solo kill from the unfortunate Noodles. It's just things happening everywhere right now, and somehow Elysium finding a small little advantage here and there.
Yeah, and so now they sit up just a handful of gold, though it is very early. The main thing, though, when you're looking at is the fact that Chrome alone did find a kill in that bot lane skirmish and walks back with the Sheen in his inventory.
Yeah, that's a very nice first purchase for a Smolder. Could be nicer, I think, but with the kill, it mitigates whatever else is happening, because sure, he has a kill, but you look at the numbers next to it, and having 20 CS at 5 minutes is never a good indication.
No, not ideal, but it does bring things back a little bit closer, especially as you mentioned, with how it had been going in the bot lane, which is a little bit expected, considering the support matchup. Noodles for 2 going to miss the obliterate. Actually in a little bit of trouble. Ignite is coming back soon. Says send Turbo Fire to the death round before it gets that. Charm lands onto Nyx in the mid lane. Flash not back up in time, and all the while up top, Noodles for 2 going to find the solo kill onto Turbo Flyer.
Yeah, really awkward flash there from Sofla. Of course, we didn't get to see the whole play, but it seems like he was waiting to try and get the flash out of the Mordekaiser ultimate to get some extra distance, but it's just too late to really have its impact. Noodles ends up picking up the solo kill, and with Sofly having used TP after the first kill, it means that he has plenty of time to push this wave in, can even have a couple goes at the plates as well, and then he can take his base. A massive advantage now gained for this Mordekaiser as we've refocused ourselves back down to bot side. Idiot is looking for yet another play.
Yeah,
Oh,
hook
that's
goes
not
in
good.
from Barolo, but that's a really poorly timed one. Didn't even hit any champion, so Duddy Brains will walk forward, claim the kill really easily.
Yeah, that is about the worst case scenario for that level of hook. Just ends up guaranteeing his own demise. Chromalone gets out, so yeah, that is the positive that goes alongside it. But with the Nautilus and the Smolder having to go back to the fountain, one forcefully, one maybe passive aggressively, it will also be that Drake going over to Elysium.
About 6 minutes in, a fairly early one. Nation going to do his best to try to counter jungle as much as possible with some of those camps coming back up, but still really only a consolation prize for how things have been going, all things considered.
Turbofly is taking this all in, and I don't know why.
Well, yeah, he will force it now. Forge God called, but Barola and Nation are up in this top lane, going to try to get a knock up on his little pillar. Not going to be close enough for Noodles for 2, and so the Obliterate drops down comfortably. Noodles for 2 picks up his second kill of the game.
Obviously, we have map hacks. Like we can see what's happening, but Barolo hadn't reported to bot lane yet. After you know he got sent back to the fountain, courtesy of your bot lane getting a very nice gank from Duddy. You also know that your jungler went for a bot side gank and then took Drake. If that isn't going to send the enemy jungler near your top side camps, I honestly don't know what will. That is like a minute invested into bot lane supremacy from Elysium's jungle, and Nation has to do something about it. He does precisely that, takes the blue buff, could have stuck around longer going for like a Gronk, but he doesn't need to, because the Ornn is stepping way too far up in the lane, gives over a freebie, and Toverfly are just not respecting that timer at all. You have to be a lot more disciplined than that, as especially a weak side top laner like an Ornn, and any of the tank top lanes has to be so much more disciplined than just walking up and dying like that.
Yeah, and it gives on that recall Noodles for 2. The Rylai's Crystal Scepter in inventory, our first fully completed item in this 1v1. Turbo Fire really not feeling good at all. Going to be sent to Brazil, then held in the Death Realm. Obliterate drops down. The minions will help a little bit longer. The Senna ult comes over the tops to give Turbo Flyer a really small shield, but not all that much considered. Dilly going to miss the Charminations here. Nyx will be the one to secure the kill. Duddy Brains is pretty fed, but the fear drops onto the Udyr. The space created for Nyx drops down the Severing Bolt, which finds the mark. Double kill for Nyx.
We were watching the Elysium that played Final Boss, not the Elysium that played last weekend against TSI. Right, this is just odd from Elysium. They got early advantages, and that's fine, but we're making a lot of mistakes right now in our gameplay. Turboflyer is a weak side champion playing on the weak side of the map. Why he's walking anywhere near where he's walking right now is insane. Doesn't check tab, doesn't see that the Mordecai has already picked up that Rylai. As you pointed out, we can see it, and Turboflyer is unfortunately the one paying the price, just way too far on the weak side against a champion that can dominate. That is not how Ornn needs to play into most matchups, and let alone Mordekaiser that can just stat check him, especially with an item advantage. And then the mid-side play as well is just misguided. Nick still has flash after all of that. Dilly couldn't quite land on the Spirit Rush into a charm. Nation turns up from his bot side. Great counter gank from him, in fairness, but Duddy Brain's just not ready for it. And with how he's building as well, he's itemizing towards typical jungle pathing, with the more AD focus. He's not got that kind of sustained damage.
But Duddy Brains is nearby to find the gank. He's gone in. The flash away from Barolo, not nearly going to create enough space, so Reckoning will pick up the kill.
And just as one team overextends, another team decides to give over something back. I mean, the kill score is what it is. I can't explain how we've got to 13 already in under 10 minutes, but I'm sure that there'll be some people who are happy to see those numbers up there at the top of your scoreboard, even if maybe the coaches aren't so happy.
And as a result, through all this chaos, Conduit are sitting with a lead, a large portion of it in the hands of Noodles for two in the top lane. Going to be feeling really good with the Violet's Crystal Scepter fully completed. For a little bit, had a flash advantage, though Turbo Flyers is back up just in time, but having the Ignite as well would be really troublesome for Turbo Flyer. Has seemingly, at least for the time being, learned his lesson, going to just be sitting under the tower for now.
And this is what he needs to do, right? It's going to end up bleeding some turret, but you have Kanek. You can take trades every wave. You can clear it out pretty succinctly, even though you don't have the best of wave clears. You can get most of the CS and just exist for a little bit, right? You don't need to be walking up. You don't need to be taking unnecessary trades with this Mordekaiser, because the Mordekaiser is most likely going to win them. Even this hit, like that, it's a okay trade, but the Mordekaiser will out-sustain you by far. And he's also level 11 versus your level 9. You just got to accept that he's going to keep rocking Crystalline Overgrowth. He's going to keep on chipping away at your plates, because this is the game state you've allowed him to be in. You got a very lucky first kill in the top side, and since then you've been absolutely dominated. It's up to you as the Ornn to try and mitigate the worst of it now, as the rest of the map is gearing up for what looks to be maybe a 4v4 around the second Drake.
Yep, a lot of posturing around this Drake. Is teleport advantage in the top lane. Noodles for two having access to his role quest completed. Meanwhile, Turbo Flyer's TP still on cooldown, so it started up by the side of Conduit, though Elysium looking like they want to contest. Dirty Brains on the flank, going to blast code into the middle of everybody, really trying to follow up, but it's not nearly enough. Getting hooked away by Barolo, not even going to use the rest of the Spirit Rush to be able to escape. Noodles for two now in the bot lane, going to send Relics to the Death Realm. Nowhere to go for this support. He might survive for a little bit with some fancy footwork and come out of it, but the rest of Conduit are there to follow up. Nation going to be the one to find the kill onto Relics.
Relics' death is a bit more excusable. It costs 2 flashes of the top and jungle to catch just the support at the end, but that first engage, if we can even call it that, is just ridiculous. Another hook's gonna
lands
land.
its way onto Reckoning, though. Crumlone's relatively low. It's only a 2v2. Not going to look for any more Reckoning. Actually, quite all right.
Yeah, even a 2v1, he can hang on to this and probably even trade back if they're not careful. But I want to go back to what we just saw. Udyr deciding that now is the time to send absolutely everything when the Ornn is not there and the Mordekaiser has TP advantage. It was a decision. I feel like it was also probably the wrong decision, because you're trying to make the fight happen 1v4 as a one-item Udyr around the second Drake fight. You have given your opponents now even more gold they just did not need to have, and I can't really find a reasoning for it either. It was just almost like desperation after 12 minutes, when your comp can stay online until like the end of time. Right? You have insane scaling from your bot lane. Senna, Karma both have tremendous value throughout a game. Ornn is amazing, especially as the game gets later, not just, of course, for his extra gold injections in terms of stats, but also because he is constantly a source of engage that is so difficult to mitigate as Conduit. Ari is going to be absolutely fine when the game goes late as well. I don't know why we're forcing that type of a fight when the enemy team is clearly stronger than you.
Which it now gives Conduit a 3k gold lead, starting to get it more spread out across the map. Barolo goes in once again, trying to get the kill onto Reckoning, not quite able to get it through the barrier and the Dawning Shadow. So Dirty Brains on the counter gank, or counter engage, finds his way in to be able to find the shutdown onto Chrome alone. Barolo goes way back in, gets the kill onto Reckoning to at least salvage the 2-for-1 trade. But once again, Dirty Brains finding success in the bot lane onto an over-aggressing Conduit bot lane.
Yeah, it actually turns into a 2v2 as well across the rift, with that solo once more in topside from Noodles, just applying that pressure consistently. And I have to say, that all came from Tofly taking a way too aggressive trade. If he just sits under his tower, worst case scenario, after 3 waves, maybe he's chunked out to half HP. If you think you're in kill threat, press base, TP back. Instead, walks forward, gets himself into a very threatening position, ends up flashing, still dies. Noodles didn't even have flash in the exchange, but he gets the kill. He also now gets the top tier 1, which is a humongous gold injection into Noodles, who is set to dominate the Rift now, not just in his isolated matchup. Anyone who stands against him is likely to fall pretty damn quick.
4-1-1 on the Mordekaiser, and the fact that he can separate out anybody who wants to, and no matter who it is, will struggle into this incredibly fed Mordekaiser, up 35 CS when we're closer over Turbo Flyer as well, extending that even further is absolutely monstrous. So we'll have to look at Noodles for 2 in these coming fights. Obviously still has access to that teleport, and not quite the teleport advantage as it once was since Turbo Flyers is back up, but gotta look out for some crazy flank angles on some of these wards that they have, especially on the top half of the map.
Yeah, I think we may be getting baited by the icon that's there, because that icon is just kind of permanently on, even if he has it or not.
Yeah,
he used
I
it for the
forgot.
previous Drake fight. Shouldn't be up yet. It's once every 7 minutes, so
Yeah,
he
no,
won't have
you're
that up
absolutely right.
just yet. But yeah, Turbofly does. So, TV advantage can maybe go the other direction if Turbo's able to match, but if the Mordekaiser's already in bot lane, then it doesn't matter as much, right? Because he's now there for the fight. He does need to be careful if he's walking this far forward, though.
Yeah, it's going to be a 3v1, but only for a little bit longer. I think Duddy Brains canceled the
He
sentence to the Death Realm. Yeah, it became CC immune, so Noodles for 2 not able to make that a 1v1 in the 3v1. Shutdown goes as well as a Turbo Flyer.
And that's just a mistake from Noodles, right? You walk that far forward because you think that you're immune to ganks, pulling people into an isolated matchup. But Mordekaiser doesn't do great when the enemy team can go unstoppable. And that's just an amazing play there from Duddy as well, reading it as it is. Means that Conduit are forced away from this Drake now. The Soul as a win condition is going to be greatly delayed. They don't necessarily need that as a win condition because they have Smolder, because they have Hwei. They are going to be fine when this game goes late. But they're forced away from this one as a Hextech Soul, and that is never a fun Drake to give away, but at least you get a top tier 2 in compensation.
It's also going to be a while before we actually see a Soul potential. Noodles for 2 going to be ganked once again. Charm lands its way onto the Mordekaiser, but Duddy Brains and Dilly are both 3 levels down on Noodles, so all they do is get out the flash. Not going to find much else. Dilly doesn't have access to the Spirit Rush at this point either, but there's enough damage from Duddy Brains to find the kill onto Noodles for 2, but the rest of Conduit are now arriving in the bot lane. Charm finds its way onto Nyx. Nation going to go invisible, trying to get forward. Cyclone hits both Duddy Brains and Dilly. Flash forward from Barolo gets the kill on the Aftershock. Duddy Brains going to do his best to try to stay alive as long as possible. Chrome alone is going to drop down a Q. Cinder ult not going to arrive in time to save his team.
And that's an understatement. I was waiting for it. It feels like Dilly had died a long time ago. Duddy could have definitely been kept alive for a lot longer if that had come through at the right time, but it comes through after they're both already dead, and now the Rift Herald gets immense value. This was kind of a random timing play that Conduit find. Noodles trying to make it happen maybe a little bit too much, it could be argued, ends up going down himself. He's kind of not as ahead as he once was as a result of these 2 most recent plays, but it allows his team to just force everything after baiting a couple of Elysium players down into the bot side. I wasn't sure the dive was on, but they pull it off very, very well. And with the Dawning Shadow being a little bit late from Reckoning, it ends up having the desired effect. They get the Ari, they get the Udyr, they get the tier 1, and the Rift Herald was already dropped. It gets a charge onto the tier 2 as well. And Conduit back up at where they once were, about 3k in the advantage.
Yep, and definitely going to be feeling quite good for themselves there. Admittedly, though, Noodles for 2, despite the really strong early game, before we get to that, speaking of Noodles for 2, they'll find Dilly. Duddybrain's going to be arriving for support of Dilly. Spirit Rush was already used to try to escape. Spirit Rush is forward, pulled back by Noodles for 2. Has one more charge, but does get used to try to create space for himself. Duddy Brown's now at half HP in the Death Realm, getting ticked away, burnt down. Noodles for 2 finds kill onto Duddy Brains with Reckoning now arriving, pulled back. Obliterate hits its way onto the Senna, but snared up, can't push any further on to the ADC of Elysium, and Dilly will be the one to find the kill.
Yeah, and a nice numbers overmatch there from Elysium. They forced the play onto top side. There's no tier 1 there for Noodles to fall back to either. Barolo was looking for the play, and Noodles was initially very happy to make it work onto Dilly in the kind of 1v2, but the cavalry arrived, they dropped mid pro, they dropped bot heavily for this though, so it's not just an isolated play, right? Conduit, they accept it's just a 1-for-1 in the top side, and they're instantly able to move on and make something else happen elsewhere. That's still a very positive play for them, even though it's overall in kill score an even play. They're able to get so much extra courtesy of their cross map.
As a result, they've extended their gold lead just a bit farther now, up to 3,500 with the mid lane tier 1 going down in favor of Elysium. Definitely, as you mentioned, a better response from Conduit across the map. They will need a good response coming up in about a minute now, though. It was potentially soul point to the side of Elysium should they give it over. Obviously, we expect Conduit to be relatively advantaged for this fight, considering said gold lead. But they definitely need to be able to claim this one to prevent Elysium being able to leverage the soul point.
I think this is one that Elysium can just give, though. When you look at this game state, you are in a fine place if you if this was 3-0 in Drake's and you had to contest the soul, sure, go for it. Right now, your items are actually kind of even in terms of overall item spikes, but I still don't fancy this kind of 4v4 or a 5v5. I feel like the Mordekaiser's too big right now, and you can afford to just wait. Even though you're up against a Smolder, you have a Senna, you have to trust in the scaling that you drafted and not bite too early in a fight that might not be the best for you.
Definitely look like they're going to try to find it anyway. Charm lands its way onto Chromalone, but not quite any follow-up just yet. Barolo going to interrupt the advance of Elysium, but not without losing a lot of health for himself. Call of the Forge God hits its way onto Nation and Chromalone. Reckoning finds kill onto Barolo. 2 knockups come through by Turbo Flyer. Duddybrain's going to have to flash away. Reckoning getting in the middle of everybody, flashing away from the Cyclone of Nation. Followed up, not quite going to be able to get killed by the Wukong of Conduit, pushing forward to try to find the kill, but Noodles for 2 drops the Obliterator, it hits its way onto Reckoning. Nyx will be the one who finds the kill on to Turbo Flyer, so 2 kills for 1 so far to the side of Conduit, but a good severing bolt drops from Nyx to be able to find the kill onto Reckoning. So 3 for 1 the way of Conduit. No ADC left. Dilly, no ult either. They're going to have to concede the Dragon now, and of course you'd expect that. Still going forward from Dilly. Noodles for 2 going to be able to claim, I assume, claim the Scuttle Crab. At least it looked like. No, it actually, the way of Elysium, not like it will really matter in the end. Drake goes way of Conduit, and Hook lands way onto Dilly by Barolo. Will be shielded up to be able to get the move speed. The Spirit Rush not going to expire, and so Nyx drops the Severing Bolt, and there's nothing that Dilly can do to escape at that point. Another kill finds its way of Conduit.
Yeah, and as a result of this fight, we were talking about it before, Elysium did not need to take it. They end up on, should we say, the worst end of it? I mean,
I would say so, yeah.
It just wasn't necessary. They end up going 4 for 1 with Dilly dying there way after that initial engagement had happened. And obviously we have the advantage of being able to see everything from our wide angle lens. But even narrowed in, you have to know when your timing to fight is. And 2 item Senna before 80 stacks is not a timing to fight. Like, I don't care if you're thinking, oh, there's one more Drake before Smolder hits 225. It's not a good reason to just go and flip the game, if you can even call that exchange a flip. I feel like that might even be generous, if we're being honest. It was a Conduit favored fight that Conduit won because Elysium just didn't respect that they weren't stronger at that moment.
And so now Conduit's lead, as a result, expands to 6k gold, expanding it by another 3k in just one fight. Would be extremely advantaged now around any sort of objective that they look for. Baron, the only one that's up and available to be able to take in, though this early on, I don't think we'll see a force quite yet. Of course, I say that. Charm finds way on Spro, layering the CC with the Udyr. Dirty Brains,
Why?
though, not going to have enough damage to be able to follow up. Dawning Shadow comes over the top, doesn't find the shield onto Dilly, so Nation, the one to find the kill. Dirty Brains also going to be going down in short order. Also,
Where is
killed
the
by
own going?
Nation. Flash forward by Noodles for 2, not quite going to find anybody on the pullback. Teleport really late from Turbo Flyer. On the flank there.
Yeah,
bit of an
he tried to
interesting
match
choice
Noodles
TTP.
TP. He tried to match it, but as you say, it's late from both top laners, in fairness. Like, neither of them was really on time for that fight. But because Conduit win the fight, it still favors Conduit. The best Turbo can do there is maybe you go for the cancel onto the Mordekaiser, but even then, it doesn't really matter. Nothing happens from Turbo, for Noodles turning up, nothing happens from Turbo turning up. It's just a Baron gonna be going over there. They'll get a little bit back on towards mid. They don't quite even get the turret though, I don't believe. So even that has mitigation on its true value. It's just a couple of plates in exchange for 2 dead and a Baron now for Conduit. And it feels like we're just talking about more of the same. Why are we stepping up to take a fight as Elysium here? What is the plan? What is the play that you're making where it's suddenly you feel confident to take a fight now where they've worked out so poorly before? Bear in mind that you lost the previous fight, you lost the fight before that. You're now down way more gold than you even were thinking about, and you step up to take yet another engagement, and you get engaged upon because your own isn't actually there to start a fight. You're only ever going to get engaged on. You're only ever going to lose that type of engagement. I don't understand it.
Yeah, it was really just an odd timing to fight as well. I mean, the Baron was up, but it's not like it was started by Conduit. They weren't really forcing the hand of Elysium to try to find a fight there either. So just generally a really odd decision from Elysium, which now puts them down even further behind Conduit with their Baron push coming in. Dilly
Noodles.
going to find the charm onto Noodles for 2, taking down really low by Reckoning from really far away, but Dilly sent to the Death Realm will be able to Spirit Rush away from Noodles 2-4 Live. Does land the
what a shot.
charm. Spirit, the orb comes back and won't quite find the kill, but he comes out of Death Realm and Reckoning will be the one to find the kill, but all the while in the bot lane, that opens up Conduit to push even further and take the bot lane tier 3.
It does me worry about how far they push for it, though. Turbo does have the Ornhorn as well.
Horn will be called, hits its way onto 2. Reckoning has arrived, chunked out Promelone really low, but Nation coming forward with the Cyclone. Dirty Brains getting burned down by the way ult. Nation finds its way onto Reckoning, not going to be able to peel himself away with the Dawning Shadow. He's now going to hightail it on out of here. Barolo in a little bit of trouble, but still has a relatively full health bar, and Nyx pinching in to force away the rest of Elysium to make it a winning play overall. It's Conduit.
Yeah, and that's a 4v5, a winning play still, even with mid lane not going quite how they'd wanted to, though, with Noodles falling down. It's still very acceptable at a bare minimum there from Conduit. They get a couple of kills on the exchange, they get out safely as a result, and they're even able to take these bases in time to turn up for this Drake spawning right about now-ish. Looking at kind of like a 34-minute Soul at the earliest for Conduit. We've said before, Soul, when it goes to 2-2, is much less of a win condition for both sides, but it's still Hextech Soul. That has value throughout every phase of the game. It's not one that you have to get early to get the the most out of. You can get this at any point in the game, and it will still bring so much to your team, especially when you're looking to have as much poke as they do, right? With Hwei and Smolder, you don't even have to be always in that range. That's
going to rocket belt forward, sends Dilly to the Death Realm, but Dirty Brains and Relics are nearby. Dilly has more than enough mobility to be able to escape the grasp of Noodles for 2. Relics will be the one to find the kill.
I could have sworn that Noodles was 4-1 at some point in this game. I don't know what's happened to him.
Believe that is true. Really early on, yes.
I don't know how we've gotten here from that phase. Like, when you're that strong on a Mordekaiser into a lane that can't even retaliate either, like, one just kind of has to sit there and take it when you get up. It feels like it's maybe a couple too many times now. Noodles has been caught out. 5 deaths with just the 2 kills. when you're fed on a Mordekaiser, you've given away a lot of your own power, and maybe it doesn't come back and bite him, right? Maybe it's still fine because the rest of the map is so incredibly dominant. But as the top laner, you could have been the reason that you won this game for your team, right? You could have been the thing that blew the game wide open, and it would have been the result of your actions that your team won game 1 in a very important best of 5. Now, it's not really at your discretion, right? It's down to the rest of your teammates to step up, and it feels like
they have.
they have,
they're
right?
8K
But
up.
like it's not something Noodles has done, and
Before we get to
you
that,
want to have that
Dilly
control.
Not quite going to find the charm onto Nyx, but the Spiraling Despair
That's
not
why
going to
you
hit
don't have
either.
control.
Dilly will pick up the shutdown on Nyx. A pretty important time, or not quite just yet. Baron, I've called a little bit early, still a minute before that comes up. The mental timer in my head, apparently a minute too quick. So
You're on the 5-minute timer, not the 6-minute.
Yeah. Oh, that's right. Shoot.
You're on
you
Drake
know,
timer for Baron. Rookie mistake.
That's fair. Either way, that's still a really big shutdown going to the hands of Dilly, especially since Nyx does have Death Note in inventory and does take 10
Medjai's.
pages out of it. Yeah, it is called Medjai Soul Stealer, but I think it's funny. It's like, it's like technically Triforce is called Trinity Force, but who calls it that? To be fair, Medjai's is a pretty, never mind. That's bad argument. Point still stands.
If you'd gone with Protobelt, I'd have been there for you, right?
Oh wait, that's
you
right,
gotta pick and choose.
Noodles, hey, no, they're still called tabbies in my mind. They're not they're pink words. They're tabbies.
You gotta pick and choose the right example to use for your argument. As Dilly is finding the wrong example.
Dilly going to walk straight into Nation. Flash follow up secures it. No mid laner for Dilly, and now that one is actually at a important injective timer because Baron spawns right now.
And if that hadn't just happened, Elysium would in such a great position to contest. But for some inexplicable reason, Dilly decides to face check the mid rush with zero information, no teammates nearby, and it's a very easy punish for Conduit. They do precisely that, and they can get the Baron off the back of it. Rolo's just grabbing space. He's not really there to... If he started the fight, that would also be fine because it is numbers advantage. But he's just there to guarantee the space. They can get bases. They want them now. And they can get their own bases and they start to look towards Elysium's base too.
Yep, and with the bot lane inhibitor taken down by Noodles for 2, it'll open up the map just that much more. For the side of Elysium, not necessarily the biggest inhibitor to lose when the next objective is the Drake, but still definitely one that with the Baron will prove troublesome for Elysium in the coming minutes.
Yeah, we just had a quick little stack update there. If you're eagle-eyed in the bottom left-hand corner, Smolder at 275 right now. Well into his advantage, but he's going to get flashed
his way onto Chrome Malone, who will immediately cleanse away and flash over the wall to escape. No flash, no cleanse on Smolder. Will help out Elysium just a little bit.
So that there is proof that Smolder with Execute is not an unstoppable force.
And we'll see. Horn called, finds way onto Chrome Malone. Dilly on the follow-up, Reckoning with the Q, finds the shutdown, a really big one. 700 gold over to Reckoning, going to be chunking out Barolo as well. 2 kills goes away of Elysium, but keep your eyes in the top lane. Noodles for 2, pushing out. Can Conduit stop the recalls to allow this push to come through? All Nation and Nyx has to do is to keep Elysium interested. Teleport, the recall from Turbo Flyer is completed, but now Nation goes forward, finds knockup with the Cyclone onto 2, gets relics. Nyx going to get the kill onto Dilly. Turbo Flyer was the only one to be able to get back, so all alone in the top lane. Noodles for 2 is only interested in the Nexus, flashes away from Turbo Flyer to be able to get the space through auto around. Can Turbo Flyer stop the escape? The pullback from Noodles for 2 gets the space that he needs to hit the Nexus and take game 1 for Conduit.
What an absolute mess to end that game. Like, what are we doing here, boys? Like, the fight start for Conduit is ridiculous. Like, I know that you have your Mordekaiser split pushing, but that doesn't mean you take the engagement. You don't need to just stand there in the mid side. Like, you can give. If your Mordekaiser is going to end the game, give the Drake. Just stand there And look at them menacingly so they can't do anything, right? Don't get engaged on by a team that has no engage. Still, somehow they let it happen. The Smolder Nautilus get picked off, and yet Nation's Wukong is still so impactful. 9 kills, 1 death, 12 assists at the end on his scoreline. Nyx is also absolutely massive in these plays. It's still enough somehow. Only Turboflyer goes back to respond, and we've seen throughout this whole game he's not able to respond to that Mordekaiser.
Yeah.
And yet somehow it feels like Elysium are happy to let it just be him fighting against the world. Duddy goes to deal with the Drake instead of trying to worry about the base that was collapsing back at home. And I mean, Noodles had that maybe a lot more secured than he even realized. If he just ults the Ornn, he gets like 500 HP as well, and then he just hits the Nexus faster. Everything like that, you get more damage, more health. Just ult the Ornn because you can hit the Nexus while in the Shadow Realm. But it's safe enough to get a very easy end for Conduit, as that is a very just odd game in general.
Yeah.
We went from Armageddon early on, 13 kills in 10 minutes, to slowing down somewhat, but Conduit constantly finding cross-map advantages, and Elysium giving over plays that were completely unnecessary the whole way through. And now they find themselves down 2 games away from being eliminated as the 1 seed.
Yeah, I mean, to be fair, we did say this last week up against Team Solo Invade. They did come back to win 3 in a row as the 1st seed. The sort of expected one to be able to make it through this lower bracket run, the one that we expect will be playing final boss in the lower bracket final. So it's still not nearly over for them, but they definitely need a really big shakeup after that 1st game. We'll see what they do going on into this series, but we'll have to see what changes they make after this short break. We'll bring you the draft in just a little bit. Don't go anywhere. And we are back, well, straight into draft, already started by Elysium and Conduit. Elysium opting to stay on blue side for game 2, going to be locking in the B1 Jinx. All timer, and the response from Conduit going to be picking up the Yunara. Got plenty of support options available. Obviously, the most common one we've seen, or the most, I guess, iconic with the Yunara, since she's a relatively new champion, is the Lulu, and it is up and available for Conduit to take should they go for it.
Yeah, it makes sense too. I feel like Yunara is still very much so a thing. Giving away a Lulu to the Jinx doesn't feel great either, but it looks like they might be going away from it instead.
Ooh.
I mean, Elysium could definitely do a takeaway here. You don't necessarily want Jinx Lulu, but stopping them from having Yunara Nocturne Lulu is probably worth it in this type of situation, because that's just too much. I feel like if this is a takeaway that ends up working for Elysium, then we can maybe look back on this moment and say, why are we not just taking the Lulu early? But if
Ooh.
Elysium don't fancy it at all, then it's absolutely right. Jinx typically wants something with a bit more either protection or engage. Going to go protection this time here with the Braum instead. So I guess the risk has worked out there
Ooh.
for Conduit, and let's see if they even bother with Lulu.
Yeah, they pick up the Shyvana and answer to the Nocturne. And so Lulu will be the choice of Conduit, as with it up and available, relatively standard on that front, and means that we've got solo lanes. The focus for both Elysium and Conduit going to be taking away Swain immediately on the side of Conduit, but a bit interesting. I mean, the Nocturne definitely kind of fits the bill as taking the Swain away early, but maybe a little bit telling on what Conduit might want to do with the rest of their draft.
Yeah, I mean, natural ban there for Elysium as well. You see the Nocturne, they already have such a disgusting combo with Lulu on Nocturne going in. You don't want to give them a Shockwave as well. So a very simple ban there with the Orianna going by the wayside. Still plenty more mid laners that can follow up at any time.
Ooh.
Nice. I like the Fiora takeaway as well there. When you're up against both these teams, they really enjoy their Fiora as counter pick. Don't allow it. Save it for later for yourself potentially, or let them pick it blind and pick something counter later on in the series. Don't let them have Fiora as a counter pick in game 2. I think is just a good decision. And then Conduit, maybe a little bit away from what we thought they were going to go towards. I feel like I mean, Victor's still able to follow up, but it's not quite the same level as maybe some of the other mid lane mages that we see these days.
Yeah, I mean, it does have the range to be able to follow up at a distance, and as the game goes on, can do a lot of damage. But as you said, not the most common one. And actually, we do have an update. Naysayer is in game 2 for Dilly. It is expected, at least from what we've been told ahead of time, that it'll only be game 2 that Naysayer is in for Dilly. It does look like Dilly is expected to be back going forward for Elysium, but for now, that changes the one that they will go for. Sion going to be the blind option for Elysium. No surprises there. I mean, Sion, just one of the premier top laner for the last forever in LeBlanc. Okay, going to be the lock-in for Elysium.
Interesting to choose a LeBlanc into a neutralizer like a Victor. His shield can sometimes just be enough to make LeBlanc have much less value. Gravity Well has less of an impact, but Victor can poke very efficiently, he can wave clear like there's no tomorrow, and he can survive a lot of what LeBlanc really wants to do. Choosing the LeBlanc side of this matchup is a touch surprising, but confidence, I feel like, has to be what you play around here. And if Naysayer is just in for one game, give him what he wants, let him have some fun with it, and if it works out, then he can take that to the bank. If it doesn't, then he might not be here for game 3 anyway, so it could be worse. As Conduit going to take the Shen here on the R3 into the Scion. I mean, there's nothing that screams must take into Scion, so I don't necessarily hate it. But then again, I'm not also convinced that it being the best option either.
Yeah, it can allow you to get some pretty surprising numbers advantages with the paranoia from Nocturne. Also showing up, depending on how you time that out, can use the Stand United to, aggressively to basically ensure that whoever is found has to stay in a singular spawn with the top taunt, and then the fear followed up Also can be pretty effective defensively for the Unara or the Victor, especially when you have the likes of LeBlanc and Shyvana to a lesser extent than the LeBlanc, but still definitely has the ability to find way onto the back line, and with the fear on the ultimate kind of gets you in a forward position that you wouldn't otherwise want to be on the Victor or the Unar. So the extra protection will feel quite good if that becomes a problem for Elysium. But it does, even though it's overall relatively solid from Conduit, it does kind of feel a little bit odd with like the not what the Nocturne might be expected to do. Obviously, Paranoia being able to turn off the lights of Elysium will always be relevant, but as one who likes to kind of dive in really far, the rest of Conduit's draft maybe not really following that sort of mindset.
Yeah, and I think that really comes through with what we saw there on R4 from mid. It's just not the follow-up that you're looking for. Yunara can follow up to some extent. You pop the ultimate, you get that dash, you get so much extra damage. The Lulu's also there to protect you. You can then start to really step up in the fights once the Nocturne's created the space. Getting a front line, absolutely. Shen can count towards that. I don't hate it. But it just feels like Victor doesn't necessarily have enough follow-up on that Nocturne. So I think that may be where this comes slightly undone for Conduit. And I mean, the silver lining is that because you're playing Nocturne Lulu, you don't need to be the tankiest to survive. You just going in. As long as the Lulu hits the wild growth on the right timing, you will be fine. Like you will be able to go in. It's just, is your team going to have enough follow-up damage? Because Nocturne never does by himself. Nor should he, because that would be disgusting, right? Don't do that. But Yanara's gonna have not the easiest of times. Victor is probably gonna be outranged, and even if Shen follows, the timing can be really, really awkward to nail down. And even then, who do you even go for? If you go for the Jinx, then you get the Braum. Imagine those like the horns of the bull. You don't kill a Shyvana. The Blanc doesn't exist because she just W's back or W's forward, wherever the hell she goes, turns invisible, does some chicanery, and please don't press R2 on the Scion. Like, your best option is Jinx, and they have a Braum next to them. I don't feel the forward ability of this comp, and I don't see the front to back ability of Conduit's comp either.
Yeah, it's a bit disjointed from the side of Conduit. Elysium a little bit more comprehensive in what they want to do, playing front to back. LeBlanc does kind of throw a little bit of a wrench in the works for the side of Elysium. Not quite fully comprehensive on a traditional front to back, but still very much in that sort of frame of mind. So
Yeah.
I think with that,
Sorry.
there wasn't a response. I was just going. So I just assumed. Oh well, I am going to send it to the spectator delay. There's the idea. Unless Rue, I mean, you were just processing your thoughts, and I may have called it a bit soon. All right, so we will, in fact, send it to the spectator delay. But in a little bit, we will come back for game 2 between Elysium and Conduit. Conduit obviously winning that game 1 could send us to a match point, or Elysium looking to level it back up as well, they would kind of expect them to do as the first seed, but we'll see how that plays out on the other side of this break. Don't go anywhere. We're ready to go on the road for game 2 between Conduit and Elysium, and a bit similar to what we saw from Elysium last week. Did not expect them to go down so early on in game 1. So talking about Elysium as our first seed in the same light. Duddy Brains, though, goes a bit forward, gets the ward down, but just a bit unaware about Noodles for 2 and Nyx nearby. Going to just continue to auto away, get a few grass procs onto Duddy Brains, and going to flash forward, going to transfer to kill. Ignite drops, ticking down further. It won't quite be enough to find the kill onto Duddy Brains.
I was shocked that he held his flash, but I guess he knew the breakpoint just about. Damn close is what that was, as that is, I mean, double sums in favor of Turbofly now. He's in a great position for this lane. Starting W doesn't actually get the best of the overall trade to start things off. Both of them going to be missing out on the first couple of minions, so it looks like someone may have pulled them to start things off to get the wave pushing into him as well. Now, you give Silent Time to set up his wave, it's not going to necessarily look the best for you, but especially now that you have no summoners, it's probably going to be looking a whole lot worse for Noodles, as and at least he's able to get through the W shield for now.
Yeah, especially going for that Ignite to try to find the extra pressure in lane over Turbo Flyer. No longer available, won't be available for foreseeable future either. So, especially if Turbo Flyer can cause some issue for Noodles for 2, definitely could be a source of trouble not being able to teleport back to lane. However, of course, I say that next few trades definitely go in the way of Noodles.
Yeah, I mean, this is Shen early game, right? Even without the Ignite, you win out in these types of trades. Turbofly is happy to accept them this time because there is no Ignite. I feel like if there was the Ignite and the flash threat, he would be a little more passive, as that's a nice trade there found by Nayslayer. Just getting a good chunk there onto Nyx. Just kind of a normal looking early game here.
Oh, Ignite drops from Nayslayer. Speaking of Ignite, it's dropped onto Nyx. It's ticking away. Not quite going to kill Nyx either. These Ignites get us very dangerous to finding these kills. Turns out the health pot may have just barely been enough to keep Nyx alive, but he'll recall and teleport back to lane, but no flash for the victor.
Yeah, I think Nayslayer possibly could have matched the flashes there and got that kill, just slightly off in terms of you getting just enough damage, not quite the right side of the breakpoint. Everyone in this game so far surviving on absolute slithers, but most importantly, they are surviving. So yeah, that's like the headline news, that they haven't taken that death just yet, even though it's been bloody close the whole way through. As Duddy cleared bot to top, he's looking for a gang.
Yeah, Buddy coming through on to Noodles for 2, who's at half HP. No access to level 6 on Duddy Brains just yet. Probably won't need it. Will drop down the ability to block the auto attacks, which is waited out by Duddy Brains. No flash for Noodles for 2 means there's nowhere left to go for the Shin. Going to be slowed up by Turbo Flyer as well. Actually gets very dangerously able to trade the kill onto Duddy Brains, not quite finding the damage necessary to be able to do so.
And Noodles flash is available now. Like, that was maybe 15 seconds of leeway on making that play work or having it blow up in your face. Just about made it happen, as Chromalone stepping up now in bot side.
Yeah, Reckoning taking very low, has no mana for the Rockets, though is able to step away in time, but takes a lot of damage back in return. No health, no mana, will force a recall.
I'm surprised that trade worked out so well for Conduit, actually. Bear in mind they are down in XP, level 3 versus level 4, but ends up pulling through, and will just be a push out as a reward. The early base for a cull for Chromalone made him go for that a little bit more aggressive play. Also is the reason why he had a little bit less XP overall. Reckoning then forced into the base, though, will be able to match, just has a couple of extra components that Chromalone's going to be looking to buy just a touch later, right? This is like the typical flow of a bot lane where one side wants a cull, the other one doesn't hate getting a cull. You get one pushing, the other one pushes. Things just kind of go in this type of a flow where you end up looking pretty damn similar at 5 minutes, but one side has done a little more of their cull. That's like the only real difference right now in bot lane. Whereas elsewhere on the map, there are some proper differences happening. Duddy Brains, with that first blood, is the proper difference happening on the top side of the rift.
Yeah, it definitely also helps out a little bit. So you can see it was slightly delayed due to that level 1 to be able to start out on his farm. So will be behind. Maybe not permanently, but at the very least for the foreseeable future as a result of it. So being able to get that injection of 400 gold to negate that said hiccup early on will feel quite good for him. Nation now going to be targeted out by Relics, but did spell shield the Q away, so won't quite be stunned up just yet. Naysayer going over the wall, trying to find the kill. Onto Nyx gets the snare, not quite enough to get the kill as Nation and Barolo come through to be able to help out their mid laner. Barolo's shield doing quite a bit of work as well as a stand united of Noodles for 2. Able to make
That
it
was
one
the
for
shield.
nothing the way of Conduit.
That was a bit more than a Lulu shield. I'm gonna give away.
It was. Yeah.
Shen pressing R. Like I was like, that was a really big Lulu shield. And it's right, the Shen's here. That makes way more sense. But just a surprising play there from Elysium. Again, not really respecting the like the timings of the play. Right, they are taking plays where they are not in like an advantageous position. They're stepping forward with Naysayer and Duddy. When Barolo's also in the area, it's just a 3v2. Even if Nation doesn't quite have level 6 yet, the crab that would have given him 6 spawned on top side instead of bot side. Like, I don't care that Nocturne's not level 6. He still has disgusting base stats. A tunnel is definitely going to help him out as well. And it's an unnecessary play from Elysium. They just step forward, and Naysayer is the one that gets punished. At the end of the day, just no reason to be there, and gets called out for being way too far forward. And that is just a kill given over to Nyx, who did not need a kill given over to him, right? Victor's one of the champions that can survive on a somewhat diminished economy compared to a lot of other mid laners. Duddy doesn't want to let Nation have a chance.
Ult in from Duddy. Brain's not going to be able to stop the fear. Spell Shield not doing much, so the flash over from Nation will be followed up by Duddy. Brains. Naysayer going to be the one to secure the kill with the tether. Now Noodles for 2 in the 2v3 as Nyx arrives. Barolo going to be the shield that keeps him alive for a little bit longer this time around. Decimating Smash not quite going to hit out onto Nyx. Duddy Brains dangerously low, going to lose the ult. Shutdown goes away from Nyx on the flash forward with the laser. Going to be picking up a few extra kills for, not a few extra kills, just the one. But going to be getting a nice injection of gold on the Victor. Going to get him closer. Chrome Malone aggressing in the 2v1. Relics finally arriving, and Chrome Malone going to have to flash away as a result.
Yeah, I mean, that's unnecessary there from Chrome to just burn double summoners like that. But I'm surprised that Relics wasn't being a little bit more insistent on making something happen there in the bot side. Because, again, it's Barolo roaming. Again, it's Barolo creating a numbers advantage that it makes it a reasonable play for Conduit. It's not a positive one, it's a 1-for-1, but it's still absolutely fine because Barolo is there. If Chromalo just sits under the turret, it's an amazing play. The fact that he walks up and loses both his summoners for just a barrier of reckoning makes it like less good for him in particular. But like, why is Relics not stepping further forward? Like, if the Lulu's already roamed up to top side, you got to find a way to put pressure on this Yunara, especially when she was pre-6. Level 5 under the turret, you might not have quite enough damage to die, but you got to put the pressure on. You got to force out every single CS that you can get in your Jinx's advantage, because that is your cross map from the enemy support not being there. Like playing into anyone who wants to roam, you either have to match it, or you have to punish the person who's staying behind, and that was a 1v2 that Chrome Malone was way too comfortable in.
And as a result, Conduits not quite as ahead as they would have liked. A lot of it, though, Reckoning in the bot lane with that with a few of these roams from Barolo has put Chrome Alone behind a little bit in said 2v2, even though it has worked out for Conduit, and maybe not worked out for Conduit, definitely, I don't know, as you mentioned, kind of negated the advantage that Elysium would otherwise have, though Reckoning obviously does have the BF sword in hand, going to be making this bot lane matchup feel quite all right for Reckoning.
Might as well.
And going forward, does have Barolo nearby, shielded up, not quite going to get sped up over onto Reckoning. A bit of a tower aggro taken by Chrome Alone with the Q, and so Reckoning flashing away gets the kill with the help of Relics' exhaust, denying the damage of Chrome Alone. A bit of a blunder in the bot lane for Conduit.
And how different does that play look if Chrome Alone still has his summoners? How much more can he do if he still has the ability to barrier?
And here comes Nation. Yep,
Yeah, I
that
mean,
means
that's
way too low to be able to
don't
do
kill.
anything about that. That's just ugh.
Yeah. Like against the Nocturne, you have to be wary of when he has level 6.
Oh,
He can
hold
do
on.
that.
Fear
Nyx,
lands its way onto Nyx, though, which will easily
Right.
allow the tether to land from Naysayer. Duddy Brains will be one secure the kill.
This is two ganks in a row that we've just seen, one for each team, that are so avoidable as the person getting ganked. Right, Nyx has no flash. Nyx knows that his jungler just made a play onto the bot side. He knows that Duddy Brains is going to be wanting to make a play of his own because that's just how junglers are. When one jungler does
Onslaught
something,
goes under the tower. Turbo Fire going to take a few tower shots. Decimating Smash hits the mark, but the Ignite takes over, gets the kill for Turbo Flyer.
get him, get him,
Get him?
get him, Zombie Scion.
Ah.
He's not going to get him. Oh no. Nightmare scenario for Turbo. Noodles will survive, push out the wave. Maybe I'm exaggerating that. It's kind of fine. He's still got TP. He can get back safe as houses. Just back to that previous part then, like, junglers, like, as soon as one jungler ganks, the other one's looking for a play, right? It's like the inbuilt pressure you have from playing so many games of solo queue. You know that if you don't do something and the enemy jungler just gets a gank for free, like, if nothing else, you're going to get flamed at like a bare minimum. Like you have to be looking for something, and it's given over so easily there by Nyx. Walking forwards with no flash in the mid lane, you are such an immobile champion as Victor. The reason why you're good as just being a nullifier is because you can sit back and still clear the waves and get most of the CS. He chooses not to, walks too far forwards and gets a very nice punish there by Duddy Brains when it just wasn't necessary.
Especially without the flash, it's illegal to be doing that, and so very good from Duddy Brains to be able to capitalize on it. Drake is up and available, though Nazian has just respawned, does have access to the Paranoia to be able to arrive quickly if necessary, but for now it is a numbers advantage to the side. Elysium Barolo getting chunked out in a massive way, so there's support of Conduit. Will have to walk away and ensure that the second Drake goes the way of Elysium.
Yeah, I'm gonna pretend that I didn't see that Reckoning W onto the Drake that just didn't hit it, but an amazing chunk there by Naysayer. Just guaranteeing Drake 1-1 now in terms of overall Drake score, as that Oceans will bring life to the Rift. Ocean Soul, not awful for either team, honestly. Sion loves an Ocean Soul. He just gets so drain tanky, it's disgusting. Shen can also really benefit. Like Ocean Soul, I feel is always like a top lane type of soul. I feel like maybe this is a topic for another time, but like souls can be split up into who they favor most. Ocean and Chemtech are such top-sided souls. Like that top lane and jungle just love those things, where no one else ever likes them. That's why they're hated on.
Especially considering who is in the meta. Maybe a little bit less so if it's like an Aurora top lane on that front, but when you've got the likes of Sion and Shin, a lot of fighters in the jungle as well, definitely I see what you mean on that front. I mean, so then that brings the question: who is Cloud Soul for? Because I feel like
Cloud Soul's Red Rock.
Yeah, it's for everyone.
Cloud Soul's really there for the support mains, but Cloud Soul's Red Rock.
Yeah, makes sense.
Noodles,
especially on who can use it. Unless before we get to that, Turbo Flyer Noodle is going to be committing all in. Taunt's going to find its market. It turns out it's Noodles for two, the one just firing the kill, but straight to the bottom lane. Nation going in with the Paranoia. Barolo wants to secure the kill.
Yeah, unfortunately the kill goes over to the Lulu, but like just, I mean, nothing that Reckoning could do at that point. Relics, it feels like again is maybe in the wrong place there. We've seen before. Chromelone steps forward in a 1v2, but it's not a 1v2 because Relics isn't quite there. This time, it's a 1v3 that Reckoning has to try and deal with, and somehow he can't deal with it because it's a Jinx in a 1v3.
It's a Jinx, yeah.
Even under your turret, just no way of surviving that one. And Nation turns up with the much reduced cooldown ultimate as well, courtesy of his experimental Hexblade. As unfortunately, Barolo does end up getting the kill, but it's not the worst case scenario. And Conduit actually have come back from where they were before. Remember when this game was like a 2k goldie for Elysium? Those days seem long gone.
Yeah, and now it's to the favor of Conduit by a nominal amount, but still there. And Patel is swinging it that much in relatively quick support time. Very impressive from the side of Conduit, though. We've got the Rift Herald spawning up now, and the way these two teams have been very eager to fight each other at all points in time. Wouldn't be surprised if we see something eventually go down the top half of the map. Obviously, Duddy Brain's not quite there. Would have been spotted on the control ward, walked forward. So let's give Nation room maybe to try to find something out. Though he was also just spotted by the blue ward by it looks of Turbo Flyer.
Very, very close though to Dudley Range having the ultimate and just sending it onto Lulu there. Rolo playing with fire, he didn't realize that he was playing with, as he ends up not coming to anything. But he can now have another look towards mid. Nyx again on a no flash time, stepping forward.
Flash, Fear lands. It's a carbon copy of what we've seen before, but Naysayer was relatively low. Noodles for 2, going to arrive with Stand United to save Nyx. So Naysayer taking quite low. Nyx is still alive.
Yeah, and that really is the difference.
Going
Play
for
Noodles.
2, going for Naysayer.
Noodles.
Just get the space need for the flash, follow up on the taunts. And now coming forward from Nation, not going to quite secure the kill onto Naysayer. As you mentioned, he does in fact live. Fear drops down onto Duddy Brains to get the space for Nation. Nation walks back forward. Does have the help of Barolo trying to tempt Duddy Brains forward to be able to find that kill, and instead turns now onto the Raptors, which Duddy Brains is a bit unaware of. Relics now arriving, same as Reckoning. Will be a 3v2 for the time being, but Nation and Barolo are fast enough to get out.
There are like 15 ways for that Nocturne to guarantee the kill, and he just doesn't do any of them. That is absolutely insane. One that really comes to mind is just pressing Q faster, please. Like, the fact that Naysayer is able to dodge backwards out of the range of a Nocturne Q is insane because of the gap close. Like, it's a long range ability that Nasian gets to cast from melee range. The other way you could do it is pressing Q even earlier and getting the extra attack damage onto your ultimate, which is the high tier pro move is you Q most of the way through your R2 cast, as Reckoning is going to take a humongous chunk. Welcome to Titanic Hydra. Yeah, but I don't know how Nation doesn't end up getting that kill. Naysayer with a very lucky reprieve.
Yeah, and it'll help him out a little bit. Obviously not giving the gold over to Nation. Feel quite good, especially with how marginal this game is so far. Barolo tagged by Naysayer. No Ignite to be able to secure the kill onto the Lulu. Rocket flashed away by Barolo. Luckily, he was not window shopping. That would have spelled disaster for the support of Conduit. Pro Flyer now teleporting in to be able to head for this Drake.
They're late, though. They're late.
They're a bit late, but it doesn't look like Conduit is all that interested. Instead, they're going to look to trade over for the Thrift Herald.
Yeah, they know how late they are. They choose to just go away from it instead because they are so very delayed. They end up just trying to get the cross map. They know that with Barolo having to use his flash, getting his base cancelled, Nyx also just went back to base as well. It's too late to even think of a contest. They are able to get that cross map. It's uncontested in return by Elysium, but still definitely much rather the Drakes at this phase of the game. Gives plenty more time for this Jinx to really scale in, and she's already approaching that Infinity Edge spike, kind of pre-20 getting to Infinity Edge. Makes Jinx a very, very scary champ indeed.
Yeah, only 425 gold away from that Infinity Edge. 725. You know what? It's
a big completion. Nyx is still there. What is happening here?
Before we get to that, we will have the Paranoia from downtown finding its way on Surfire, who will flash away. A bit deep, but fine in the end. Barolo and Chromalone making a 5v2 up top. Super Mega Death Rock going to be tanked by Chromalone at full health, so not going to take a ton of damage. Turret goes down. Relics and Turbo Flyer are going to peel away as much as possible. Relics going to flash. Gets away to the tier 2 tower, but all the while, this does open up the rest of the map for the rest of Elysium to be able to push in the mid and bot waves.
Are we not respecting the fact this is Scion Braum? Like, guys, these are like the two tankiest members on the enemy team by a long shot. I don't think that's even a possibility, and now you're overstaying so much.
Barolo, the recall from Chromalone had already come through, so Barolo left alone to his own devices. Dies in the process right as Baron spawns. No support for the side of Conduit, though only a Lulu missing at a 20-minute Baron might be a little bit ambitious to go for.
Yeah, it's a bit much still. Elysium need it has to be like a 5-0 almost to get a Baron on spawn these days. Um, unless you have insanely large balls, as Chrome alone has relatively large balls, stepping that far forward into a LeBlanc. If that E hit, he was dead. If the rocket hits,
Oi!
he's
He is
also
in fact
dead. Yeah, turns out a rocket to the face, not very nice when you're low HP. But my previous point is completely lost because Chrome alone just died as well. Like, the play from Conduit to try and 5v2 Scion Braum is just not it. Before that play, they're down 1,000 gold. It's barely anything. 2 Drakes to 1, plenty of time to scale into this game. Now they're down 3k because they just went for an option that was not in one of the tick boxes, right? It was not a straightforward play, and they just don't have the damage at this phase of the game in particular to get rid of a Scion Braum, and they get very well punished.
Going to be hit by the ult of Duddy.
are they
Brains
doing there?
run down. Another kill goes the way of Elysium. 8-6 on the scoreboard, but importantly, going to expand that gold lead even further. So no noodles for 2. Still relatively early to try to force the Baron, especially from the bottom half of the map, but we'll pick up yet another tower.
Yeah, I mean, it's just yet more freebies given over to Elysium. Now the lead extends even further, right? Between these 2 Drake fights, Elysium have been given a couple of opportunities to just get so much gold in their back pocket that Conduit honestly have kind of given over to them, right? That playing 5 on one side of the map and not getting a single kill for it gave Elysium so much time to hit some turrets where there was no response necessary apart from just slap the turrets. And then again, like, Noodles overstaying on a side lane. You're not that tanky on a shed, especially pre-Dusk and Dawn. Titanic Hydra is not a tank item. Dusk and Dawn isn't either, but the healing makes you kind of tanky anyway. But it's just inexplicable from Noodles being that far forwards. Uses Flash that ends up going down, and the tier 2 also goes down with him. And now Elysium can really start to put the pressure on, right? They've got the tier 2 down in bot. The tier 1s are down everywhere else. The lanes kind of belong to them at this point. And Conduit only needs to get like the tiniest little scrapes of vision. I mean, look at their vision line. Their vision line is on their own walls, and they kind of see Naysayer doing that.
The move from the map, not even given a chance to blink, and well, do much of anything. No ult, no flash, no heal used by Barolo. Just not nearly fast enough to be able to respond to Naysayer.
And that's completely just a vision play, right? Elysium know exactly where Conduit are. They have to play so many around mid, they're going to walk away from their turret. They send it quite a ways away from their turret, and it gives an angle from Naysayer over from the control warded brush. The relics have made sure they had perfect vision of just a couple of seconds before, and it's absolute evisceration courtesy of Naysayer. Rift Herald is going to go down in mid while this Drake is spawning, but
Paranoia drop, going to try to find a play onto Naysayer, who flashes away immediately. Will secure the mid lane tier 1 to the side of Conduit, but here comes the rest of Elysium. The ult going to drop onto Barolo from Duddy Brains. All the while, Nation left out in the middle of everyone. Look over to Barolo and Chrome alone, who flashes forward, gets the shutdown onto Naysayer in the trade for his life. The kill eventually finds its way onto Barolo, so we now shift to the bottom half of the map. Noodles for 2 getting very dangerously low.
This is
but
3v2.
Nation going to arrive now, going to auto down onto Turbo Flyer, who is extremely tanky. Noodles for 2, basically no HP, does have access to the blast cone, does use it now, gets Turbo Flyer over the wall.
Oh, the Desperation
Smash hits the mark, but the stun drops its way
He
onto
misses Flash
both
W.
Noodles for 2 and Nyx. Relic's not quite down, barely surviving, and now Turbo Flyer back over the wall with use of the flash. Nyx's laser not quite going to get the second mark onto Relic, so he lives a little bit longer. Turbo Flyer drops yet another decimating smash, finding its way onto Nyx, who cannot hit Relics at all. So he has now finally on the right side of the map, will be able to use the gravity well to be able to stun up Turbo Flyer, get the space he needs to be able to get out. Nyx going to be a little bit disappointed that he wasn't quite able to get a few of those kills.
Yeah, I mean, just not enough damage on this Victor. Went with the trophy belt instead of going for something with a bit more power behind it. And I guess that there is the consequences.
Barolo. Not quite going to kill him this time, but still very similar outlook to what we've seen before.
Yeah, I mean, that is not a survival by a lot, in case you're wondering. That is not a happy Lulu. You can guarantee that. It is just Naysayer kind of running things right now. Beautiful to see from the guy stepping in for a very short time in this series. He picks the LeBlanc very aggressively, and it's working. It's working well into a lane that should have neutralized it. Nyx only actually died once, to be fair, but there's still 7 kill participation onto Naysayer. And he's doing a really good job right now of getting Elysium some random picks here and there, some random openings where Barolo is forced into a base. And it's giving Elysium some really nice windows to try and play around with. The gold lead hasn't changed much since we last looked at it. Still around the 4K mark, but Barolo's walking forward again.
Once again, Barolo not quite going to get hit everything from Naysayer, but just one ability lands, he's down at half HP. So
yeah, that was E and 2 auto attacks.
Yeah.
Like if anything else landed, he was gone.
Yeah. Very dangerous times to be Barolo. Third time now that we've gotten scared for his life. Oh, now Dirty Brain's going to find its way onto Noodlesor 2 with an arriving Turbo Flyer. Decimating Smash going to drop. Noodlesor 2 just going to teleport out of there. Not worry about trying to escape in any other way.
Yeah, it was a little bit close on the Decimating Smash timer because he nearly got it off to get that knock up to cancel the TP, but the Shen knows as soon as Shyvana uses an ultimate, there is no extra CC in that kit. It's just damage that is a lot. And now Dirty Brains is without his ultimate as well, has to charge up that Fury before their next fight starts. That's basically going to mean that there is no Baron attempt before the Soul is spawning in about 1:30, because Dirty's just not going to have enough time to farm through these camps to get that rage otherwise. So it ended up being quite a nice play there from Noodles. Does cost the TP. That is a very hefty ability to throw out. It's similar to Flash in terms of cooldown duration. When you're playing in topside, you don't have it as one of your main 2 summoners. But to avoid that death and to also cancel out the ultimate that Duddy threw at him, definitely worthwhile.
Yeah, and also Shin in general doesn't really care as much for using the teleport. With the Stand United, will allow him to get wherever he needs to on the map. It's not as exact as you can only cast it on allies, but still not exactly the end of the world for.
Hey, sometimes it's better than only be able to put it on wards and minions,
Yeah, I
sometimes
mean,
it's better.
Shields, yeah.
Get where you need to go.
Help out on that front. So, Noodles 2 going to be relatively okay, all things considered, but as the Drake spawns in just over 20 seconds, you already mentioned Soul Point to the side of Elysium. Conduit will try to find a flank. Unstoppable Onslaught from the base, finds way onto Chrome alone. Fears drops onto 2. Paranoia going to eventually come through. Turbo Flyer gets a kill onto Chrome alone to start things out immediately. The standing out from Noodlesor 2 not nearly going to do enough. Naysayer the one who gets the kill onto the Shin Nation, not going to escape from Reckoning, who has been excited to now close onto Nyx. 4 kills go the way of Elysium. The collapse from Conduit not quite going to find what they were looking for, and instead it is Conduit going to be falling over and giving the Baron to Elysium.
So that there from Elysium is a strategy straight out of like all of the oldest war textbooks you never look at, right? All of the oldest strategies involve baiting the enemy to go too far and then collapsing from all sides. That is like the biggest version. That is why the Phalanx was so OP. They just it's just perfect play to let them think that they had a chance, and then do things like that to Barolo on the back end as well. Naysayer looked him up and down, said, "Turn me into a buddy all you want. You're still dead meat. I'll put you into venison stew just for you." And that is another kill going over. Effectively an ace, even though it is spread across the respawn times. I don't think it technically counted, but it's still 5-0, and it's Baron and Soul now secured for Elysium.
Yeah, and the Ocean Soul gonna be so big for Turbo Flyer. Dirty Brains as well, going to use it to quite a decent effect, especially is only going to be building a little bit more tanky from here on out. So going to be able to heal up any sort of health that these will go missing on, and yeah, not ideal for Conduit. Certainly suboptimal, being down 8k gold. Now Nation going to be in trouble. All used by Dirty Brains gets the fear. Paranoia will drop. will be allowed to
Oh.
escape. Goes back in. Does have Noodles for 2 and Nyx nearby, but he's killed before either can really show up to help out in this fight. Noodles for 2 going to flash away from the zap. Naysayer on the wing, going to find the kill, but will be traded back by Chromalone, having to admit the flash rat. Nyx flashes forward, Jets to get the kill onto Reckoning, not quite going to find it. Wild Growth used to keep the victor alive, but not quite going to do so. Teleport in from Turbo Flyer will come through now. Chromalone autoing away as much as possible, but it's too tanky to cut through. Elysium going to pick up the kill on Chromalone, and so now the 4-4-2 3v1 advantage to the side of Elysium to push in the inhibitor, to push in the top lane tier 3 tower. Makes it even more dire for the side of Conduit, but it won't quite be enough to end the game just yet, I don't assume, because Nasion's back up.
I mean, there's a chance though. It's Nation, right? It's Nocturne on the wave clear. He doesn't have all too much. He does have a stride breaker, but it's up against Baron as well. I'm not sure he has enough.
We will have Nyx and Chromalone up in 10 and 14 seconds respectively.
Too
Nexus
long.
Tower 2 goes down. Noodles for 2 has arrived. Nexus is exposed. Nyx back up in a second, and now Chromalone back up in 3, but Tutty Brain's going to go legendary on the kill onto Barolo. Chromalone and Nyx are back, but the rest of Conduit have died before they can join the fight, so any hope that they had is dying with them. The Nexus just targeted, even though the shutdown will go the way of Chromalone. Elysium remain uninterested in that fight, and instead look to claim game 2.
I'm gonna put out some suggested reading for Conduit after this game. It's called Sun Tzu's The Art of War.
Okay.
Never engage an enemy superior to you. If you must, make sure you have a numerical advantage. Like, it's as simple as that. If you are seriously thinking you can take on a team that is this strong in a 3v3 and topside, you are deluding yourselves. Turning back around there as Nation is what set the ball rolling for Elysium to finish off the game in the style that they did. It was not in a good place before that, right? That was not the first thing that went wrong for Conduit that game, but the beginning and the end is always a thing you have to point out, as this is the mistake we absolutely had to avoid. This is the mistake that tipped us over the edge and let our opponents get away back into this series. Just taking that 3v3 is inexcusable. Turning around after using the paranoia, I know it doesn't feel great to press R1 as Nocturne and then not be able to press R2. But it's better than throwing the whole game over it and dying and letting the Nexus explode, right? Lose the tier 2. It is what it is. You stay alive, you get to fight another day, and maybe Elysium give you a chance to get back into the game. We've seen them do that a little bit as of lately, right? We saw them against Final Boss, really unable to pick out the right path to progress down in the late game. And now up against Conduit here, maybe there's a chance if Conduit just hold on. But instead, they let go of the rope, they take a fight they don't need to, and Elysium finish things out without all too much stress, because it was just gifted in the end. Like, are you going to be panicking about taking Nexus? You can just take it when MT gives it to you. At least make them work for it. You know what I mean? Like, Conduit had to make them work for it at that point, and they just did.
And so as a result, Elysium brings it back level into game 3 in what was eventually relatively convincing fashion. We will bring that draft of game 3 to you after this short break, so don't go anywhere. We are back for game 3. The break not going to be much of one at all. Elysium and Conduit, they want to get straight into it. On the side of Elysium, though, a little bit update on their roster. Dilly will be back in for Game 3, and from what the information they've given us before the series started, it is expected that Dilly should be remaining the mid laner for Elysium for the rest of the series.
Yeah, if we make it to Silver Scrapes, then there might be some additional changes to be made by Elysium, as that is pleaded away at by our producer. But we'll have to see if that does come through to fruition, as it looks like Dilly stepping back into the lineup has been given over a Syndra, which is now in such a good spot that I'm surprised it was waiting until Game 3.
Yeah, and especially with the Orianna nerfs that have come through, it's been in the past very Orianna favored. Still, I think from what I've seen of it, still slightly Orianna favored, though not nearly as much as it once was.
Yeah, I'm gonna try and get some patch-to-patch analysis on this because it feels like it's nowhere near as oppressive as it once was.
I'm
If we
basing
look
it
at
completely on the eye test. If I'm being honest, I
Yeah.
haven't looked at the numbers, but
on 16.10, it was still like doing well for Syndra because like the lane sucks, but Orianna's in such a rough place, especially for solo queue.
ooh,
Like Syndra was still doing all right. Now it's gone from like 52 to 57%. It's a massive increase because that lane is so much more secure for the Syndra. The outscale just by killing your opponent more doesn't happen very often as the Orianna. As I'm hearing you owing that, that's a Viego which has
yeah,
not been seen much recently at all.
especially not as a link up with the Orianna. Typically, you think of pairs with the Orianna. It's very easy ways to be able to set up for a big shockwave, but Viego doesn't
Press R.
really fit that. Yeah, it doesn't really fit that bill as
Just
much.
go forward. just press R, send it. Probably get you a
That's
kill,
one way
give
of
you a
doing
reset.
it, yeah. Could do. Meanwhile, the response from Elysium will be the Ashe Rek'Sai. Seraphine was banned away, has been consistently banned away by Conduit so far this series, and considering that Conduit opted to stay on the red side, despite outside of any really shocking revelations or any changes from these two teams, it seems that we will likely see Elysium blue side, Conduit red side for the foreseeable future, if not the rest of this series. But Leona will be the choice for Conduit.
Yeah, both teams seem to be comfortable so far on the sides that they've chosen. Yeah, but both of them have chosen now to be on this current side. If that makes sense, throughout this whole
Yeah.
series. But we are still seeing some changes, right? This is not the same setup to draft that we've seen before. Earlier on, game 1, it was take bot, jungle, and top from both sides. Game 2, it was a lot more bot support and then jungle. This time round, I mean, jungle once again the focus, as it should be in early rotation. But seeing mid from both sides and a bot and support, we're finally getting some actual differences as we head into a second rotation. Allows Conduit to ban away some extra support so they don't want to face into as a Leona. And it then allows Elysium to ban away some ADCs that they don't want the Ashe playing into as well.
Yeah, and the Melio and Soraka takeaway is definitely very important to get off the board when you lock in the Leona, and will continue the aggression and all-in potential of the bot lane of Conduit as they pick up Tristana.
Yeah, I mean, solid into Ashe basically the whole way through. Gonna have to require a lot of whatever's going to come through in support, whether it is the Thresh or not, to keep this Ashe alive, because Tristana Leona has so much engage potential, so much all-in potential, that even a champion with such good disengage as a Thresh might not be enough. Because, okay, you hit Flay, but if I can still put my bomb, I get to jump again.
Ooh.
As I'm going to have to stop that thought in its tracks, because we got a Fiora taken blind. We talked about this in game 2.
Yeah.
You were saying Elysium, they don't want to let it through. They want to take it themselves at some point. Both teams favoring a Fiora, but taking it blind allows counterpick, and that's a counterpick.
Yeah, because Malphite's plenty of armor and no hard CC until level 6, so not really much Fiora can do, and he'll just roll a few cheese wheels your way and at range, so would be feeling quite good for Conduit to be able to give him that. And yeah, Fiora especially, I mean, is just the counterpick champion. So to be picking it blind, I mean, we've been talking about how contested this Fiora pick is and how much on the radar it is for these two teams. But it's certainly a choice from Elysium to do that.
Yeah, to put it into perspective of how much of a counter pick this is, Fiora
You got
normally
numbers?
is kind of like
Okay.
just about 50% win rate in solo queue. Against Malphite in solo queue, it's down to 43%. Like that is a drastic change. It still means that if you play 7 games, you'll win 3 of them. Like it's not like the League of Legends matchups are never like, oh, you have this into this, you will lose the game, but you're not gonna have a fun time in the lane at all, right? Fiora is a champion that enjoys getting ahead, enjoys having economy behind her so that she can really power through her 2 to 3 item spike, and it's all about getting said 2 item spike as early as possible and dominating the rift when you can with it. Against a Malphite, you're not going to be given easy kills. The wave is going to be much harder for you to contest, and your typical build is very much interrupted as well by what the Malphite will do. He's happy to buy Bramble Vest. That's more armor, and it also gets the anti-heal to stop things like the Ravenous Hydra. There's just so many things about Fiora that suck into Malphite, and even late game, if you can mitigate his ultimate, he just doesn't care because he's going on to other people. The rest of your team cannot survive if the Malphite decides to go after them, especially when the rest of your team is so incredibly immobile. Look at your carries this game. Look at your solo carries, your bot lane and your mid. Neither of them have a dash. Neither of them have any mitigation. The best chance you have is a lantern getting you out to safety.
Yeah, and even then, outside of the Syndra, it's also very AD heavy as well. So Malphite really not going to care all too much about what Elysium throws their way. Noodles for 2, going to going to hopefully have some fun on the Malphite in this one. But going back over to the Thresh and the Ashe and that bot lane specifically, the Thresh into the Leona, definitely pre-level 6 does feel pretty good because the Flay is on a shorter cooldown than the Zenith Blade, and you just press E whenever you see that go through, and it'll negate anything that like her ability to go in. But as soon as the ult becomes available, it becomes a lot more dangerous. Being able to guarantee a stun like that is a lot harder to deal with. So I definitely expect Elysium's bot lane pre-6 to have a bit of a better time, but post-6 it could definitely start to change up quite a bit.
Yeah, even then, it's not the easiest, right? So, like, Thresh into Leona, I agree with. Like, you can mitigate what they want to do with that Zenith Blade, but there's a massive X factor thrown in there. What happens when the Tristana jumps? If the Tristana decides that she wants to go in, you use the flare on her, then the Leona's got free access, right? You cannot flay away both if Conduit plays bot lane properly, and that's the issue I'm seeing here. Like, Tristana and Leona have so much all-in power, so much potential to completely run you down, that even with the kiting ability of an Ashe and the protection of a Thresh, it might not be enough. And if that lane gets going well, if the Malphite top is doing what Malphite top should do into Fiora, and Orianna can bully out early on, and she still somewhat can, even with this most recent set of nerfs and buffs to a Syndra, then there's a very real possibility that we're looking like a 3 winning lanes with a Viego. And I don't think there's many things scarier for a team than facing 3 winning lanes with a Viego.
We'll have to see what Elysium can do mechanically to answer Conduits. Coming into game 3, more correctly. But we will figure out once we've loaded onto the Rift after this short spectator delay. I don't go nowhere. We are back for game 3 between Elysium and Conduit. Two relatively different looking games. I mean, obviously with the end result. And are you seeing what I'm seeing?
Post
Rue, are
pause
we
bug.
having?
Don't worry about it.
Oh, right, of course.
I think this is just, yeah. See,
Yeah, that
we
that's
don't panic.
absolutely true. I started to panic, and thankfully, Rue is the voice of reason. But yeah, we're in the fine. But yeah, no, Elysium in game 2, maybe not starting off the strongest, but I mean, definitely turned things around as time went on.
Yeah, interesting level 1 idea here coming through from Conduit, trying to catch Elysium, getting that ward on Raptors. We saw Duddy went for that ward in game 2, and he very nearly paid for it with his life after giving over a first blood in game 1. This time around, doesn't even bother. Just starts out on his red buff. Clearing bot to top again is an interesting decision. Trying to impact his Fiora positively, though, does make sense. But yeah, as we say, it's a bit more a passive approach here from the Elysium jungle, not trying to grab vision of Nation, and a nice adjustment made by Conduit, but not going to pay off this time.
Yeah, not quite, but as you mentioned, with the move up from bot to top, obviously going to be looking at Turbo Flyer, as you said, and I think that is where our attention will very much likely be early on.
Noodles is going to ignite again.
He has. I mean, I guess in this sort of matchup that you would hope for him to be able to, win on, which hasn't quite come through to fruition. To be fair, at level 1, probably not the easiest for the Malphite, but it's more one as things go on, in which Turbo Flyer, well, definitely has been able to take advantage of so far.
Yeah, I mean, this is a normal Fiora things, but I'd like to see the Malphite with a TP here, right? His previous 2 games made sense.
That
okay.
Dirty Brain's going to go onto the mid lane, going to flash for it. One auto attack is all is needed from Dilly to secure first blood to Elysium.
Okay, well that distracts us from our previous point. I thought Duddy was clearing his bot side to go up towards top later on. Instead, he finds an angle onto Nyx in mid, and that's now a flashless Orianna. That's a regank potential up the wazoo. No TP, no flash. Please come back again, says Dilly after picking up first blood. Flyer may have to be put aside somewhat, but back to the previous point. Noodles, like so far in this series, it's made sense that he's gone Ignite, even if I think TP is still just better. This time round, I don't really see the appeal of an Ignite
going to
into...
go in. Relic's quite far back, not even going to land the death sentence. Going to force a flash away from Reckoning, leaving the bot lane of Elysium a little bit exposed.
Yeah, I mean, not best time down there, as Noodles also not having the best time.
Turbo Flyer going to flash forward to find the kill onto Noodles for 2, but these tower shots are going to eventually come down and make it a 1-for-1 trade up in the top lane.
But Turbo has TP, so it's better for him, right? It's the same idea. Okay, so Noodles has a Bramble Vest. That means it's pretty nice base for him, as that's a flash away from Dilly from the Spectral Maw of Nation. But this is still, overall, better for Turbo. Because he has TP, he gets to catch the wave, and there's even a world where he starts up a freeze in the top side right now. I'm not sure if he's quite able to manage it this time. Looks like he's just gone for the clear, get a ward, and then start that push all over again. But this is just very aggressive from Noodles, even in the way he was stepping up to that previous wave. Very, very aggressive for not much return.
And giving that extra kill over to Turbo Flyer. Not going to feel the greatest for Noodles, but having picked up the Bramble Vest will help out in that front for the time being. And junglers both showing on that top side, not going to be choosing to go in fully. The Bramble Vest early will definitely help him out quite a bit.
It will, and there's another reason why I think you should be looking to hold on a lot more than the way he was just stepping forward. Bear in mind, obviously he needed that kill to get the gold, to get the Bramble Vest, but just waiting a couple of extra waves, maybe taking a bad base with a TP, and then trying to find a good one with just a couple of cloth armors. I feel like this lane could be looking a whole lot better for the Malphite right now. than it currently is. Obviously, if you're at this early phase of the game, very difficult to play into, but this is, at the end of the day, a matchup where Malphite is so incredibly favored because of what you get to do into this champion, especially later on. Taking these fights early is just not really where you thrive as Malphite.
And before we get to that, though, Nation around in the bot lane, starting up his recall, so not quite going to look for a gank onto the Flashless Reckoning. Instead, going to look to come back and entirely sure what the angle was. There aren't exactly a lot of camps up for him. Drake is there, but would have been closer if he didn't go for the recall. Obviously, going to come back. The Hearthbound Axe, the new, relatively new item component that I always forget the name of. Hearthbound Axe, right? Something like that.
It sounds right. I'm not looking at that as much. I'm much more looking at top lane inventories because that's a lot of an item that we know a lot about.
Oh,
But seeing 4 of them is quite fun there from Turbo Flyer. Just stacking long swords like there's no tomorrow. Could have got a Tiamat base, but it would have been quite awkward. For the same price, it's like could have got like just the Tiamat instead of those 2 long swords because the gold values don't quite work out. Already had the refillables, the extra 150 can't really come into consideration. It's an awkward base timer that he found for himself. Ends up just stacking swords. So unfortunately for him, Noodles doesn't care about stacking swords. He does care about a gank though. Has
does
6.
have the
This is no
unstoppable
threat.
force. Gets the move speed from rolling a cheese wheel forward, and doesn't even have to use flash or the unstoppable force. He's fine.
Yeah, I mean, there is negative threat in that play. He can go for the base cancel here. Actually, slightly awkward as we go back down spot.
Before he gets to that, Exhaust dropped onto Carmelone, but the All-In will look to press a bit forward now. Death Sentence hits the ADC of Conduit. Barolo looking to find his way onto Reckoning. Carmelone, only 1 auto attack needed from Reckoning to be able to get the kill onto Carmelone, but the trade now coming through. Gank and the Heartbreaker from Nation to get the kill onto Reckoning will turn this around for Conduit.
Yeah, a nice gank there by Nation. Does have to burn flash and ult in the exchange, but I'm sure he'll say worth for that one. Comes at a price of his bot lane as well, though. Promalone just trying to step up. That's a
Shockwave going to be used. Unstoppable Force arrives from Noodles for 2. Duddy Brain's punished for trying to counter the gank and the bot lane with an invade of his own.
I mean, just a little bit unnecessary there from Duddy. You kind of... Your play was trying to make something happen on top side. And that was then the response from Nation, not the other way around, right? Just because your play fails doesn't mean that you then get to make an extra one sometimes. And look at how many camps he has up, by the way. Literally all 4 camps of Duddy's are up, and he goes to that cross map as Turbo.
The ult onto Noodles for 2, but you need to get all 4 marks to be able to get that healing. And yeah, it is quite late from Turbo Flyer, and Noodles for 2 finds a solo kill. 3-1-0 on the Malphite.
Yeah, that was a really odd one. I would struggle to explain that. Like, the all-in angle works if you press your ult earlier, because the Malphite has no ult of his own. But to throw it down so late and be so far behind in damage even then, I mean, look at that Malphite's health bar. It's not really that close. And Noodle's kind of able to get there without all too much pressure, as that's an unleashed power from Dilly that was a button that he pressed.
Nick's relatively low. Both of these mid laners do have flashes. The Shockwave not quite up and available for Nyx just yet. Duddy Brains will be spotted clearing out that ward. Dilly, it's very dangerously close to walking into that death brush. Is wise to the shenanigans that might have potentially gone down, and will keep himself safe.
Yeah, that was very, very close to overstepping there in mid. Has flash still after it got burnt earlier on, as that's an Ash arrow going to go a little bit wide of everyone until it finally hits top lane.
Well, it hits Noodles for 2. That's a 3.5 second stun. And, well, it was a 3.5 second stun, but Turbo Flyer not nearly have enough damage to be able to concentrate. Wait, hold on. Shockwave finds both Dilly and Relics. Zenith's play not going to hit the mark. Won't matter. Nyx gets the kill onto Relics.
I'm confused about everything that's happening right now. So the Ashara hits onto the Malphite, and yet he still wins the trade against the Fiora. We then don't even step up that far on mid lane. We just get caught by a shockwave into Solar Flare, and Relics is punished once more. I mean, Conduit, we came out of draft saying we liked their draft, but it's not meant to just be kind of doing this.
Caught out by Barolo. Zenith Blade lands. Dirty Brains flashing over the wall, but Noodles for 2 also going to have to flash away from the top lane. Turbo Flyer getting ignited by Barolo, who starts tanking up these tower shots. Nyx going to be killed, and now the aggro from the tower going to be juggled perfectly by the side of Conduit. Of course, that's since it lands. I feel like that's a steal of a kill that goes away with Relics. A little bit unnecessary from the Thresh. Will be picking up a nice chunk of gold for himself, but I do think he would have much rather seen that go elsewhere.
I mean, elsewhere would have probably been the Rek'Sai. It's
Probably
not
the Rek'Sai.
most
I would
amount
say
of
it's like a
gold
90%
give over.
chance, but
He may have also escaped as well. You want to make sure you get that kill for your team in that position. You get something back, but as you say, Thresh definitely not the target that would have wanted, especially when Turbo, who had no chance of claiming that kill himself, ends up being just another good play for Conduit. They overstack on the top side, and they put the numbers in a position where it works out very well for them. Get themselves yet another advantageous play. Hasn't come to much in terms of an overall gold lead for them, but that play in particular is kind of put it from about even to being about 1,000 gold ahead, and now they can try and scale through that, especially through this starting to get quite fed Viego.
Brain's not quite going to hit. Nation will do now. Going to force the flash away. Barolo going to choose to go back in. Chromolone and Nation in the area. Solar Flare not quite going to hit the mark from downtown. Does find its way onto Barolo. Is really tanky. Dilly finally secures the kill, but Barolo's gone low in the process. Finally, Chromolone wants to get the kill. Double kill picked up by Dilly, and so Nation going to have to use a Heartbreaker to escape. Scout of the Week finds its way onto Nation, not quite going to get the kill just yet. There is a blast cone for Nyx to be able to use to escape. And Nation on the other side of the wall will be able to get out as well, despite how low those health bars are, despite how dangerous it was looking for the remaining members of Conduit.
Yeah, it ends up just being a 2-for-2. That was the retaliation there from Elysium. They find a really nice fight angle, especially with the Ashar from bot lane. Reckoning throws it in. It basically gets the kill guaranteed onto Barolo, but it still ends up just being a 2-for-2. And because one of the two that went down for Elysium was their Rek'Sai, was their jungler, they can't even look at the Drake, and we kind of get a reset position, except Reckoning hasn't reset. He stayed on the Rift this whole time to go back down to bot to clear out another wave. He ends up getting it, sure, but he's going to be so late to this Drake fight as a result.
Yeah, and it is started up by the side of Conduit. Not even going to be an attempt from Elysium to prevent the stacking of Conduit, which is, as mentioned, to be expected. That does put Conduit on a fast track to potentially a Cloud Soul, one that's especially important for the likes of Noodles, Nyx. I mean, just everybody on Conduit uses this soul if they can pick it up extremely well.
Yeah, well, you got to bear in mind as well, Nation playing a champion that gets an ultimate reset. When you combine that with Cloud Soul, becomes even scarier to deal with a Viego. Only halfway there, right? But you're now putting this Ashe on a timer. If you are not relevant by 24 minutes into this game, there's a good chance you're not going to have a chance, even like looking at the Cloud Soul, right? You might just have to give it over, as Noodles is going to have to give over his ultimate to get out of top lane. Ashar.
11. It's not very long. Oh, it finds its way onto Noodles for 2. 3.5 second stun comes through Noodles for 2. Down to half HP. The ult from Fiora won't quite proc. Turbo Flyer does eventually get the kill, but now Reckoning in the mid lane in trouble. Zenith Blade not going to hit the mark, but really won't matter. Nation going to use the Blade of Ruined King to secure the kill.
Why are we that far up? Like, I'm angry on behalf of Elysium there. Reckoning, because he just does not need to be. That's a nice death sentence, but it's not going to change much.
Good, yeah,
The wave is there. That was a box, technically, from Relics, though I think we should probably look away from that. Just no reason to be there as the Ashe. If the Leona's in the lane and stepping forward, someone else is going to be nearby. It turns out it's the Viego, and it's just 300 gold gifted over to a guy who's already so incredibly strong this game. Had Kraken plus Gluttonous Greaves, another stack of Omnivamp goes his way, as well as Turbofly has overstayed his welcome in the top side.
Yep, Cheese will be parried away by Turbo Flyer, so won't be slowed. Maybe enough to escape. Another one rolls its way over, but not nearly enough damage to secure the kill onto Turbo Flyer. Does have access to that teleport to be able to come back should they choose to use it.
Yeah, that's just a push away though from Noodles, right? All he wants to do there is keep that Fiora out of the lane, get the tier 1 of his own in his favor. Dilly, hold on.
Nyx would take quite low. Unleashed Power not quite going to find the kill onto Nyx. Very dangerous for the mid laner of Conduit, but will walk away with his life.
Yeah, just about. Could even try and turn around. Looks like he's trying to stay forward.
Shockwave hits the marks out of the week, did as
Oh,
well.
he hit a minion.
But it's a 2v2. Ooh, Ash Arrow. Going to be
I think it's a bit low. It's just a touch low.
Didn't quite hit the mark onto Nyx. Mentioned slightly below where they were waiting, but definitely a really good attempt from Reckoning. Would have certainly found the kill. Yeah, Noodles for 2, and Nation going to try to find a play in the bot lane. Duddy Brain's going to land the knockup. Unstoppable Force hits Dilly. Scatter the Weak finds the mark, but won't be able to stop the Heartbreaker from coming through. Cheese Wheel, the one that secures the kill now. Nation as the Syndra will eventually, probably all with the Heartbreaker, forces the flash out of Duddy Brains to be able to escape. Pushing forward to try to maybe find yet another kill, but won't push their luck any further.
But that's Conduit making 2 plays on the map at the same time, and they end up working. Typically, a cardinal sin of League of Legends is doing precisely what they just did, but this time it works out. They go for the engage on towards mid, and Relic is late with the exhaust, ends up being Reckoning who pays the price. Turbofly is left alone in topside, so a small window of positivity from Elysium's point of view, but the bot lane play is so detrimental, it kind of clouds that window. Dilly and Duddy just not in the right area to take that fight. They thought they could get Nation in what started out as looking like a 2v2, but Nyx turns up as well after being earlier on bait to get Nation into the play, and it's 2 positive plays made there at the same time by Conduit, who give over a little bit in top lane, but realistically it was just Turboflare pushing the wave 1v0, couldn't even reach the turret properly, and now on his base time they were able to get the Rift Herald too.
Going to be able to use that to open up the map a little bit more and expand the gold lead of Conduit beyond 1.5k gold at 17.5 minutes. It's not an insignificant amount. It's also not the biggest gold advantage we've ever seen in general. Conduit, though, I think are in a really good spot to be able to look for a bit more. Solar Flare not quite going to hit the mark as Reckoning's forced to flash away. No flash on the Ash will be a pretty big point, but now Turbo Flyer going to try to find Nyx, dropping the ult immediately down to half HP. Shockwave on himself to slow the advance of Turbo Flyer might come through enough. Parry not going to find the kill. Will dash forward to secure the shutdown, but not without it getting traded 1-for-1.
Yeah, that was a very ballsy flash timer there from Nyx, just holding on as long as possible until he realized she needed to get it gone. But, I mean, taking a 1-for-1 there is great for his team because the Fiora is quite scary. No one else really has that level of power.
Oh, Unstoppable Force finds its way onto both Duddy, Brains, and Dilly. Scatterweek will force the Malphite further away. Nation and Chromalone are going to continue to collapse down onto Dilly. Heartbreaker not going to hit the mark, but the stun does. Scatter the Week will buy a little bit of space, but in the alcove, nowhere to go for Dilly. Noodles for 2 secures it with the Comet. Now Barolo going back in. We'll have the rest of Team 2 be able to help out. Coming up from that play earlier that went on to Dilly, so he will be all right. Duddy Brain starting up Krugs. Interesting enough, with Nation and the rest of Conduit nearby, will back away before he can be punished for it.
I believe ends up as a TY for leash type of play. But as we hinted at there, when Nyx is going to go 1-for-1 with Turbo, the rest of the 4v4 is just insanely Conduit favored, even without a Shockwave, because they have Malphite. Like, they don't need the Orianna. If Malphite's there to start a fight, and Tristana can do anything to follow up. Nation also is there, as this is very poor from Reckoning.
Orianna Reckoning very low. Nyx will trade it 1-for-1 in the play to get the shield back up. Won't matter as Duddy Brains comes through with all. Would have been more than enough damage to secure that, but really well done from Nyx to be able to make the 1-for-1.
Well done to get it into a position where he can get that kill, but you could also just go 0-for-0 and it's better. Like, this is not one of
Well-
those times where it's better to go 1-for-1. That there was a time where you did not need to be that far forward. Chromalone's going to come behind you and clear up mid wave because it's his job right now to be the Tristana in the mid lane. He's going to get Rabadons off of this base, but he'd also got Rabadons from just catching a side wave, and he'd also then have 3 more Dark Seal stacks. Right, bear in mind, so he's died -5, but got the kill back, so +2. Like, he could just be sat at 6 Dark Seal stacks, and then have Rabadons like now off of a base after clearing out the top wave that's kind of stacking up against him. Instead, he gives over a kill to the enemy team, goes over to the Rex side, not the biggest deal, but it's just an unnecessary play that kind of scales the game faster in favor of the Ashe, who also then got an assist off the back of it. Speaking of said Ashe, though, Reckoning, why are you buying Feed Hunters? What is that?
It's something that I've seen a handful of times quite a bit ago when Fiend Hunter Bolts was first introduced into the game, and it was an idea, and it can be okay.
On other
You've
champions,
got your was scaled up, but yeah, it's still not typical of what we see out of Ashe. So.
on other champions, it's fine. As a first crit item, it's fine. Right? Yunara going Kraken, which isn't a crit item, and then getting a massive spike because they hit Fiend Hunters, they press ultimate, they get 3 crits, and they have Kraken. That's a big item spike, and that's a reason to take this. When you start Hex Optics, you don't need it.
Speaking of Reckoning, in trouble now. Will get hit by the son of Nasian. Blade of the Groomed King lands. Nasian wants to secure the kill onto Reckoning.
Should have gone Phantom Dancer.
That would give him the move speed needed, yeah.
Move speed diff. Honestly, like, it might not save them that situation for being just too far forward, but it's better to have a chance of escaping, as Toadfly is going to look for his own chance to escape down here in the bot side. Spotted his Nasian on the blue trinket, but like...
Unstoppable Force gets the knock up, so there's nowhere left to go for Turbo Flyer except to the gray screen. Nasian will pick up his 5th kill of the game unanswered.
Yep, and he's also going to tax the wave as well. Thank you very much, Noodles. That was partially mine. 5th kill is crazy for a Viego at this phase, and the fact that they can still kill this Fiora even at her 2 item spike with Merc Treads means that, I mean, if that happens in a proper team fight, the Nasian's going to have a 2 item Fiora with Merc Treads in a team fight, right? They've now proven that they can do it when they want to make that play happen. Okay.
Yeah.
But you know, just too far forward there from Turbo. Ends up with flash advantage now over Noodles, who did burn his in the exchange. But like, who cares? You died, and we have yet more pressure around this soul now.
Rolo looking to find a way in onto Reckoning. Rocket jump will get the flash away now. Nasian getting very low, shielded up by the Oriana.
Oh no.
Keep him alive for a little bit longer, and it's enough. Nasian gets the kill without going down. Dilly will trade it back onto Barolo, but Chrome alone is left alive to auto away on Turbo Fire. Tries to go back in onto the ADC. Chrome alone will be survived. Will stay alive with the help of Nasian. Noodles for 2 now running for it. Unstoppable Force off cooldown is available. Won't quite use it to follow up onto Relics because Nasian is moving quite quickly. Use the smite. Destin's not quite going to be enough. Nick's going to want to find the kill, and the Unstoppable Force hits its way onto Reckoning. Try to run as far as possible. The arrow doesn't even hit the mark. Destin's its away on the flash.
Get out of it,
Dilly. Really well done by Relics. As a little bit of a
no, well, that was Nasian.
Not by Relics, it's Nasian. Sorry, yeah.
That's Nasian on a Viego.
You read the names on the Viego. That's, yeah, but, you know, sometimes you see the names and you know, Thresh is being played by Relics, but it was actually expertly done by the jungler. You know, a player you probably don't imagine playing Thresh all that much. Doing some nice little cherry on top at the end of that play. That's also Soul. There.
Yeah.
Also Soul for Conduit, yeah.
Absolutely disgusting play there. Just dominating without a care in the world. Nasian just detonates. He's now 6-0-9, and by far and away the strongest member on his team once he finally presses B, that is, and spends however much gold he has in his inventory, because I expect that it is quite an alarming amount. As you mentioned as well, that is the
3K.
soul secured. Yeah, there we go. Right. It felt like he'd been on the Rift for enough time, and he then got tons of kills plus some assists. Like, yeah, he needs to press B. But he's going to stick around to try and clear his counts once more. Finally, will then press it. I mean, he might just be going for a full Infinity Edge, maybe, because he already has the duck, doesn't want to sell it. I don't know. Noodles?
Noodles for 2.
Just hug the wall.
Target of Turbo Flyer. Won't even get the ult off. Proc in time. Noodles for 2. I mean, he has Unstoppable Force if he really needs to use it. Won't do so. And is just fine.
Yeah, absolutely fine there as the Malphite. As long as you hug the wall in those type of situations against Fiora, you will be safe. Her challenge only extends as far as the geometry of the map rather allows, and as such, Noodles was relatively safe that whole time. Just yet another positive play for Conduit. Now, another thing not there for Elysium, as Dilly is also
quite far out, but the shockwave
there.
hits onto Dilly's very low, goes golden. Nyx will secure the kill. Now Turbo Flyer, the target of 2. Nation picks up their 7th kill of the game. The box drops down to try to stop Barolo. Nyx in trouble. Duddy Brains not quite going to hit Nyx, who does have to flash away. Barolo is going to eventually actually get the kill on to Duddy Brains, and now Chrome Alone arrives. The rest of Conduit's here. The Buster Shot follows from 90 miles away. Relic's going to get slowed up by Noodles for 2. This game's been comfortably in the hands of Conduit for the last at least 10 minutes, and the ace for nothing just about confirms it for Conduit. I'm going to push in. Don't know if they'll be able to end. I mean, Dilly's back up in 2 seconds. They might be able to end, but
they'll have a go. If nothing else. They'll have a little look, see if it's possible. We'll get mid in here. Look for the top side as well before it seems that they will be taking a base, but they can just take a base and then send themselves up towards the Baron, which has been there,
Nyx.
just kind of patiently waiting for the previous 7 minute. Nyx gets caught on his base, but there's still plenty of members around. Make sure he gets out safely. Just needs to make sure he takes a safe enough one. Has a great tank job.
Base tanked by Noodles, but hit by the Sky of the Week, taking quite low. The challenge will get the heal up. Unleashed power will give a shutdown over to Dilly.
Can they not turn? I feel like they can turn.
They might be able to, but they're not going to look for it and just back away and not risk throwing the game. Or maybe not the game, but giving Elysium a lifeline when they're really not in it. So just go ahead and play it safe.
I mean, fair enough. Means that Noodles is going to be a little bit delayed. They're going to have to wait on this Baron a touch extra than maybe they'd want to, but could be a whole lot worse, of course, as it will just be a longer reset time. A couple of waves going to be able to be pushed out here by Elysium. The jungle will be able to be cleared by Duddy once more, but it feels like we're approaching inconsequential point of this game. The Ashe is just not here, right? The big difference right now is not even in mid where you maybe expect it. It sort of is in jungle where you would expect it. That's completely valid. But Duddy's still kind of doing their job, tanky enough. Nation is just kind of strong.
Turbo Flyer going to have to flash away from Nation, but Bro's here, and the Zenith Blade drops. And Turbo Flyer nowhere left to go. Duddy Brains in the vicinity, but knows it's already over for his top laner and just run away as quickly as possible. Dilly in trouble. Unstoppable Force will be flashed away by Dilly. So it won't go from bad to worse quite yet for Elysium, but the Baron angle is completely free for Conduit to take.
Yeah, that's the space created. The 1 kill is nice. Getting the flash out of enemy mid, forcing them away is even nicer. Now Nyx can control this brush.
Shockwave hits the mark. Won't quite be able to secure the kill onto Duddy Brains. He'll push their luck a little bit further. Death sentence. Find his way onto Barolo. Reckoning going to flash away and left completely alone and separated from the rest of Elysium. Nyx will get yet another kill. Duddy Brains will try and burst down Promo as quickly as possible. Buster Shot will get the space, but the unleashed power from Dilly is able to get a shutdown. That sentence not going to be reaching far enough. Dilly, though, is on the wrong side of the map. Indeed, it was. But I don't think it really matters. Nyx,
it doesn't.
Very comfortable.
But it's just interesting to point out these things sometimes. He flashed for that play. It just didn't work. As Noodles somehow managed to mitigate the ultimate there. Otto, I thought he'd be able to proc that final one in the challenge, but doesn't quite get it to work out this time. But I mean, it's 11k gold lead, right? Conduit, such a commanding position. I mean, this feels like we are just awaiting the end at
Yeah,
this point,
it's
right?
not only an 11k or almost 12k gold lead to Conduit. They have Baron. They've got the top and mid inhibitor open. Elder Drake spawning in 11 seconds.
Mhm.
It's not impossible for them to do anything about it. Zenith Blade hits its way onto Relics. Might be a little bit aggressive from Barolo, but he's really tanky, and Elysium really don't have any gas in the tank to do much about it.
So that hasn't stopped him so far. Look at his items as well for Leona, by the way.
Oh, wait. Hold up. Nyx going to be targeted and aggressed onto, but the rest of Conduit collapsed
what a flash.
down. Nyx flash over the wall to be able to create space. Sporello in the middle of everybody.
Nation
will not go down, and Nation left alone is dominating. Gets a kill onto Relic's Turbo Flyer now in the midst of everyone trying to get the final auto attacks needed to kill Borello. It's not nearly enough. Nation all the while in the back line with Nyx going to be doing tons of damage. Chromolo not really even interested in the fight at all, just pushing away at the towers. It's an ace for nothing the way of Conduit. It's felt inevitable that this has been the outcome of this game 3 for the last 20 or so minutes. Maybe 20 might be exaggerating a bit, but still complete and thorough dominance from Conduit here in game 3.
I'd honestly say you're not far off in 20 minutes. I think 15 are pretty accurate. I think maybe even from second Drake, which was about 12 in this game, it was about 20 minutes ago. That was just Conduit's game to lose, and they end up holding on without all too much stress. A couple of extra deaths here and there where maybe they wouldn't have wanted them, but Nation keeps alive the whole game and doesn't give over his 1,000 gold. Nyx is able to build up to a 25 stack Magi's, doesn't die after that point, and Chrome alone, he gets focused on, and it doesn't even matter at that point.
Yeah.
It's just such a disappointing game there from Elysium. Picking the Furor blind, getting counterpicked, and giving it no help didn't really feel great. Turbofly just kind of got thrown to the wolves in that one. Did a good job early on into the Malphite, as you maybe expect he would, but then Malphite comes online, and the Furor just didn't really get anything going. The Rek'Sai was kind of there, but it didn't really do anything either, especially with how strong Nation's Viego was going. Just didn't really have the power to match it up. Dilly did a pretty good job on the Syndra in mid, getting half his team's kills, but no assist doesn't necessarily feel great, and 6 deaths is still probably too many in that type of a situation. And then I think the less we look at bot lane, probably the better for Elysium, as they're going to have to take a little reset, and we're going to have to take a little reset before we get ready for game number 4. We'll be back when the draft is good in just a couple minutes.
And we are ready to go once again here in the Blue Otter Premier League lower semifinals. Conduit very dominant in that game 3, put themselves on match point to be able to advance over our first seed Elysium in what is a bit of an unexpected sort of fashion. Band staying roughly the same, but for the first time this game, I think you said we were having a side swap, but it doesn't look.
Yeah, we're gonna get that on the overlay. I can
Okay.
I can tell you they have indeed done the swapping of the sides, and as such, Conduit with these different things being banned entirely from Elysium. They banned the Varus instead of the Echo that they've been focusing on so far. They got rid of Java, they got rid of Jinx earlier on. Its final slot has been in rotation the whole way through for Elysium, but Civ has been allowed through, and Conduit going to happily jump upon that. Going to try and retaliate with a bit more of the caster style, as you typically will, into a Sivir, the Misfortune. A fine retort, but still has a lot of mitigation, especially when Sivir just has a spell shield. Your Q bounce, which is usually so powerful in the lane, can suddenly have a lot less impact.
Yeah, and also very prone to any sort of snap CC to be able to cancel out the bullet time. Certainly will be the option that Condor are likely going to look for. The Alistar definitely capable of doing that. It's just a hover, but before we get to that, Maokai going to be the lock-in for Elysium.
Yeah, I mean, plenty of options here from Conduit. They're showing just how deep their support pool is, pondering what they want to go towards. The faster you can cancel Misfortune, obviously, the more effective that cancellation is going to
The
be.
Soraka can even do
Soraka
this
is
too.
one of those that is
Yeah.
insanely quick, right? It is an instant silence, and that is just goodbye Misfortune ult, effectively. If you're in Soraka range, then you cannot press it. If you're slightly outside, you can't press it. You need so many people around you to set up. But positive, if you can get the Soraka within your ultimate, we're then talking a slightly different story, and especially if you get the CC chain, courtesy of something like the Maokai, into something else, we're having a very fun time here indeed. As Elysium through their bot lane, as Conduit, I'm going to pick something that's been banned in second rotation. It feels like every game in this series, apart from apparently game 3, they're just going to take the Silas.
Yeah, and I mean, with the Maokai and the Misfortune already available, two fairly decent ults to be able to steal away, especially the Nature's Grasp to be able to start out fights and be one that Silas would be looking forward to be able to pick up and use for himself. So there's not really much of concern on the side of Conduit of not really having good ultimates to take away. Cassiopeia, though, will be the response from Elysium.
There's another nice one to be taking away as well as the Silas. You get to play the game of chicken as both of you instead of just the one that Cassio usually has to worry about. Interesting decision to take it into the Silas. You can avoid a lot of his really annoying parts of the all-in, but it all comes down to the timing on that miasma. If he's already got E2 off, sometimes you can just be a little bit too late to throw down the grounded, and you can still get engaged upon. Silas as well, disgusting healing, which just it keeps him alive through thick and thin, and it makes this whole scenario quite difficult, really, to stick around with. As I believe also Silas got a W buff to get even more healing on the previous patch
Because it's
because
exactly
he
what.
needed it.
Yeah, he needed it, right? Like, of course, it's exactly what we're looking for. Like, wow, I wish Silas was able to press W and get tons of more health.
It
But,
is an
going
AP
to be
ratio, so like doesn't do as much, but like still disgusting.
Yeah. Anyway, moving on. Second round bounce. Xerath going to be taken off the board on the side of Elysium. Bit of an interesting choice from there. Kind of showing that maybe there's a chance that the Silas might head into the jungle potentially for Duddy Brains. That they at the very least might think it is. Or even with top lane potential flex depending on what Elysium are looking to go for. It could potentially be troublesome. They'll take out the Urgot on their second round of bans as well. Not going to be one to see that in the hands of Noodles for 2.
So Nation does play some Silas. I didn't initially read this as a jungle pick, but he definitely can be flexed. I mean, just taking it here on 3 is quite nice because it gives Elysium a little bit of ponderance, right? Where is it going? Is it going to be in the jungle? Is it going to be mid into this Cassiopeia? I feel like you're giving them quite a nice matchup. I feel like Cassio, it doesn't do badly into a Silas, but it doesn't sound the easiest time either, especially around those level 3 all ends, as they're going to pick a Pantheon for themselves. which is another champion that can somewhat go anywhere.
Yeah.
Interesting to see Conduit
Uh,
now. They have to break this flex.
Yeah,
Wow.
especially for Elysium, when they have the Maokai, does give them plenty of options to try to rotate things around the Vagar. The hover for Conduits would definitely ensure that the Silas is almost certainly going somewhere else, as it is finally locked in. We'll confirm that. And Aatrox as well, at least the hover for now. We get that confirmation. I went. Oh wait, hold up. No, it's a hover. I'm not falling for it. It's a hover. But on the side of Elysium, didn't mention with the likes of the Pantheon and the Maokai, it could still go just about anywhere. Whether the Pantheon goes into the jungle, or the Maokai, or even into support for either of those two, or even top lane, potentially. But before we get to that, Aatrox goes back to their initial hover on side of Conduit as their lock-in.
Yeah, that now means Maokai is not going top lane.
Yeah, I
Maokai
know.
tank into Aatrox, tank killer. Not a fun time. Should just be Maokai support, especially with his fortune. It's a very nice combo. You can kind of get enough CC by just yourself to kind of set up for a bullet time, as that's a lot of extra CC. Now, courtesy of this Kennen, if you can get the Soraka within Nature's Grasp, suddenly the Slicing Maelstrom has insane value, because we are playing here from Elysium's point of view into a Soraka comp. Now, I'm going to ask you, Isaac, what is rule number 1 of playing against a Soraka comp?
Kill the Soraka.
Exactly.
I'm guessing, right? Yeah. Okay.
That is indeed rule number 1. Because if you don't, you will lose the
Good.
fight, especially against the sustained damage that comes through from Aatrox, Silas, and Sivir. If you do not kill the Soraka, you will lose the team fight every single time. It's not a question. Therefore, you have to find a way to really penetrate through the front line, which is not the thickest of front lines, to be fair, from Conduit. It's not a ton of tankiness on their side, but you have to find a way into the backline. Kennen, an amazing champion at doing precisely that. Pantheon can somewhat ignore the front line, just flash W if you get into range, and then if you must start things the traditional way, Nature's Grasp is a perfect way to do so. Get others to tank it, get the Kennen on the flank, and really get in towards this Soraka. This is shaping up to a very interesting game number 4 here. It's going to come down to execution a lot more than we think in Game 3. Game 3 was a little bit more just a draft diff, where Conduit couldn't really do all too much wrong, apart from running under enemy towers and dying randomly. This time round, it's a lot more based on positioning, based off of lane phases, and based off of killing the Soraka.
And so we'll have to see if Elysium's drafter will be able to cut down Soraka if they can find a way onto the back line, or if Conduit will be able to heal up enough and keep the Soraka alive and keep the ambulance ready to go. We'll find out after the short break. Spectator Light is upcoming. We'll see you on the Rift in just a few short moments.
bring to fall the giants? Can we bring to fall the giants? Can we bring to fall the giants? Can we bring to fall the giants? We are the ones to ignite the darkened skies, the champions of the world that we defy. A solar ray of the few who rise up high, and we all fight at the last fight. Long have we sought to ascend this place, a life of servitude to omens. The elders have promises long before, with evil banished to the wastelands. Hands of the chosen will extend to us upon the roof of this world.
And we have loaded onto the rift for what might potentially be the final time tonight. Elysium with their backs up against the walls. As the first seed here in the lower semis, forget that, we've seen a repeat of game 2. Q1 lands some noodles for 2. Duddy Brain's getting stunned up. He didn't fall for it last time, but does this time. First blood goes way of Nyx and Conduit. Noodles for 2, going to push a little bit forward onto Dilly before throw it over back to Rue. We've got Blast Gun for Dilly. He'll be able to get out and use that to get to safety. So Turbo Flyer, Turbo Flyer could be in trouble. Finds out
This
those
is
for
just
two.
an odd
Q1
level
does
1.
not hit. Q2 does hit the sweet spot onto Turbo Flyer. Nyx arriving does force the flash away from Turbo Flyer, but Dilly and Duddy Brains are arriving all the same. We move
happening?
straight to the bottom lane. Chronolum caught out, exhausted. Heal going to have to be used by the Soraka, so we turn our attention once again to the top side of the map. Looks like everyone will be
Ow.
able to get out safely through all that chaos. But sure. I mean, what a way to start out game 4.
That's a really interesting start. Conduit, I really like how they started that level 1, right? They know that Duddy has been very interested in Raptors, either getting vision or protecting his own. They go for the invade, they get it, they get out until they decide not to get out. Noodles goes deeper looking for Dilly, and to say it doesn't work might be a tad of an understatement. And then just
Varello going to be
continued
addressed
fighting
on
across the
by
rift.
Relics, twisted advance. Going to take him down to half HP after the follow-up of Reckoning. But I mean, yeah, I don't even know how to expand on that. It's a bit much to say, considering how that has gone down up top. This does mean that Turbo Flyer is left without a flash. It is important to note. It's a big one. Nyx also going to be left flashless in the mid lane.
Yeah, but I think from Nick's point of view, he does not care. Similar as the Knicks themselves don't care about what's happening anymore because they are just happy as Chromalone is
Reckoning
less
going
happy.
Forward. Very aggressive from Reckoning, considering Relative's positioning, but it works out in the end. Misfortune, obviously, Lots of damage in her kit early on, going to force Chromalone away.
I mean, that was an attempt at a level 3v level 2 play, but when you've taken such rough trades early on, that angle just doesn't quite exist in the same way, especially against Misfortune. There's so much power with just level 1. Like, if she has W or E, it doesn't really change anything. Her Q is her damage in the early game, and trying to fight up against that was dangerous.
Flash
Noodles
forward
trying
from
to use
Noodles
flash
for
advantage.
2, hits the Q3 onto Turbo Flyer, so the solo Bolo goes the way of the Aatrox, making it 2-0 Conduit, looking to very quickly try to make it a 3-1 in the series.
And that is not where I thought flash advantage would matter most. Honestly, I was expecting the flash advantage to do a little more towards the mid lane, where Nyx is playing on one of the champions that doesn't get to do much, does have an early kill as a result of the level 1, which is huge for this Veigar. But he's the one that's actually not even been punished for his flash disadvantage in the lane. Turboflyer just too far forward, I guess. Noodles with an amazing angle to just destroy him in the 1v1. The solo of the Bolo variety is exactly what the doctor ordered there for Conduit. And the worst part about all of this for Elysium is that their bot lane that was winning through their early trades is now down in CS by like 2 waves.
Alpha's got a gate coming through by Duddy Brains. Bro is going to flash away immediately. Going to try to find a few silences, but Duddy Brains going to easily ensure that the kills go their way. Reckoning and Duddy Brains flashing for it. From alone,
Reckoning's
down
out of
half
mana.
HP, but he's out.
Like the Reckoning feels like he's not quite respecting quite when he can step forward himself, but it's a kill still. All the same, Barolo maybe you can say the same, just too far forward there. They have vision of their Tri-Brush, and Duddy Brains is still able to make a very simple gank work. Just walk straight on down, gets the job done with a flash W to finish things off. Relics is sticking around here on the bot side, looking for a Chromalone who steps too far forward, but unfortunately there is no such Chromalone to find. And he is just there in the bush.
But Turbo Flyer might be found. Look at the positioning of Nyx and Nation before he gets that. Barolo down to half HP. Relics as well. But Turbo Flyer, no flash. Stuck in the baby cage with nowhere to go. Is very quickly going to be killed by by Noodles for 2. Sorry, onto Turbo Flyer. And once again, no teleport as well, having to use that urge to get back to lane. It's gone very quickly from bad to worse for Elysium.
Yeah, and that's a Veigar deciding to roam, and a Veigar making a roam work at level 5. It just gets an assist on that play, 5 more stacks on the passive as a result of getting a takedown. Very similar to what you'd get from a wave in terms of gold as well. Touchdown on XP, as you'd expect. So Dilly has hit level 6 first. Got to pay a little bit of respect now. Does Nyx, but overall, absolutely fine from Veigar's point of view. Just keep on stacking up for relatively cheap right now. Not having to give over all too much, and his flash has already come back as well. Bear in mind it was used at level 1, kind of the 1 minute mark. By minute 6, it's already there, and there's been no punish at all.
Yeah, and it's right back up as mentioned with the Drake spawning as well. With how well it's gone for Conduits, I feel that they're probably going to have it in their eyes to be able to take that first Drake, especially with Nation being on the bottom half of the map. Duddy Brains, though, might try to find a play to turn the tides on that front. Not quite access to the level 6 to be able to jump in from distance yet, though.
Yeah, sweeping out the bush, though. He knows that this is not warded now, but it's a little bit late to try and make the punish onto the bot side itself. That should just be Drake given over. Chromalone guaranteeing the push earlier on with the fact that he is Sivir. And even though Wrecking does have level 6, it doesn't really change all too much as Dilly's trying to make a play onto Nyx. Oh god, top side, what is happening?
Low bullet time over the top, going to do quite a bit of damage.
Nation.
Nation taking way too low. Duddy Brains finds a kill, no smite left for Conduit. Dilly also waiting in the wings to try to collapse. Chromalone's going to turn on to the Cassiopeia, but Dilly is able to find the kill. Boomerang Brain not going to get the trade in return. Now Nyx, the only one left alive, as Duddy Brains gets a kill onto Barolo. They won't even be able to get a singular response on the side of Conduit. Elysium strike back in a big way.
4 for 0 out of absolutely nowhere. Conduit just gives them the lead straight back, and it's just positional misplay. The Sivir walks up alone into the Tri-Brush to push away the Pantheon. It gets very little value, and The Soraka's just completely collapsed upon. Nyx is taking a 1v1 into a Cassiopeia with Miasma on the floor, landing Q easily. Twin Fangs going nuts.
Going to flash forward. Let's have Dirty Brains arriving, and even though the World Ender is popped by Noodles for 2, it's not nearly enough to keep him alive. Didn't even have a chance to try to heal up.
Grand Starfall perfectly positioned. Makes it a 5-0 now across the map. A death for everyone on Conduit within about a minute. It is a humongous turnaround for Elysium with so many of those kills as well going onto the Pantheon. Might not be the best target. You don't exactly have any champions that you'd say you need a little bit of time to go online this game. You could argue the Cassiopeia is one of those, but she hasn't even gone towards the Rod of Ages, which you typically see, so even less so from that front. Just gold anywhere right now is kind of good, honestly. And Elysium have just been given an absolute bucket load. Still a playable position for Conduit, but that should be one hell of a reality check to bring them back down to earth.
Yeah, I mean, it just a few moments ago was looking very much like Conduit were going to be pretty comfortable to be able to close out this series 3-1, especially with how dominantly they controlled game 3 and from the winning position that they got for themselves. Now how quickly it's changed. Dirty Brains and Dilly will be spotted on brushed by the control word, so 2v2 going to be aggressed on by Nation, trying to find any way in possible, going to steal away the petrifying gaze and back out.
Yeah, I mean, this is just typical jungle side of things, right? You go round, look at a lane and say, oh, I like that. I'll have a bit of that, thank you. I wouldn't be shocked if he turns up top lane more just to steal away a couple of slicing maelstroms, not even to use on this Kennen, honestly. But the gank potential that will give a Silas is kind of disgusting. Similar to a Petrifying Gaze in some regards, right? It's just free CC whenever you want to find a gank. Landing it, not always the simplest, but if you can wait for someone to start casting, if you look towards bot lane, the Reckoning just cannot press ultimate, things like that make the Silas much more impactful in the jungle because he can just take from whichever lane he wants. There's going to be one ultimate in every single lane that he's fine to take for a gank either for that lane or for another lane. It's going to make Nation quite scary as this game goes on.
Sitting 0-1-2 up in farm over Dirty Brains as well. It's been quite alright. Is sitting in the lane, in the bot lane, maybe trying to spot out Reckoning or Relics over aggressing. Dirty Brains does have access to the Grand Starfall available. Relic stepping forward will spot out Nation and Chrome alone. When he used the Q to knock him away, bullet time perhaps a little bit too early from Reckoning. We'll get a decent amount of damage onto Chrome alone, but that'll be very quickly healed up by Barolo.
I think it had to be then, though, because if you try and hold it later, then Nations close the distance, and suddenly Petrifying Gaze just deletes it instantly. Just not a great lane gank there by Nation, as he's actually overstayed himself.
Speaking of Nation, in trouble, has no Petrifying Gaze, will use the Abduct, try to escape, but mentioned the Wish, tons of healing coming out from Barolo. It's looking dangerous for the jungler of Conduit. He did have to flash in the end, in fairness to him, on the side of Elysium, but they won't get the kill.
Yeah, and this whole time, Nation's had his item.
Flash forward from Noodles for 2. Will get sunned up by Turbo Flyer, but won't be able to get away. Noodles for 2. Once again, flashing forward onto the flashless Kennen, finds a solo kill.
Am I the only one that thinks that Kennen ult was really late?
It was kind of late, yeah.
Because maybe you survived
that.
You get
that, Dirty Brains on the gank in the mid lane, takes Nyx down to half HP. Dilly's just a little bit too far away to follow up, but will force the flash away, but hit by the baby cage under tower. Event Horizon making things very dangerous for the jungler of Elysium, but as you mentioned, he's all right in the end.
I thought it was going to be worse for a second, as Chromalone's also walking up and Reckoning going to tell him not to do that in future, as the Nation is also going to tell Dirty not to.
Before we get to that, Chromalone in trouble, had used the spell shield already, going to get slowed up by the sapling, and there's just nowhere to go. Too much CC, too much move speed available to the bot lane of Elysium. No chance for Chromalone to escape.
Yeah, and it's positioning, right? We talked about this in draft. This game is not dictated by the draft. It's dictated by how these lanes go. It's dictated by people's positioning. I was mostly alluding to team fights when I said that, but it definitely applies to these lanes as well. We've seen already a lot of people getting caught out just being in the wrong place, right? Turbofly's got 3 deaths in top side. one of those has come from a gank. The other two, just completely isolated. Okay, early on he doesn't have flash. He gets flashed on by the Aatrox, doesn't feel great. Second time he doesn't have flash. He gets flashed on by the Aatrox, doesn't feel great. But still, the fact that it's you're giving an opportunity for it to happen twice in this lane phase is giving Noodles a massive advantage. Elsewhere, Nyx walks a little bit far up, has to use a flash, doesn't get much back in return in the mid lane play, and then Chrome alone, like, you've got to keep track of where your support is and where their support can be. This is not an isolated lane like the rest of them. As a bot laner, he will know when his support is there and when his support is not there. He's just not respecting that timer, and Reckoning knew that his Maokai was going to be there faster. Also has W for move speed, Chrome alone not having his ultimate to match, and it's just a freebie given over. And Chrome alone luckily not flashing this time, so able to keep that summoner for next, but I'm expecting better from these guys. They know better. They just need to execute on it.
And knowing better, Turbo Flyer might not be wise. What Nation has in store does clear out the wave though. Noodles for 2, quite far ahead. A large portion of the equalized gold up at the top of your screen, large part in due to Noodles' performance here in Game 3, keeping things on the whole relatively level, but Turbo Flyer's going to get out before anything more can come from it.
Interesting decision here by Conduit to send their bot lane back out to bot. This is the time where the role quests are completed, the items as well, first items are completed. I'm surprised to see Chrome alone actually been sent back down to bot lane here when Reckoning's already up in mid. They showed that Reckoning was up in mid, Nyx caught a wave, then based. I feel like that would have been a great time to switch these lanes around. This is the time where you normally would. Instead, goes down to push out a wave. Turbofly is just there to catch. It might not have the most impact, especially with the Drake not really being close to spawning either. But it's always interesting to point out when these teams want to start moving their players around, because it also means that Nyx has to be a little more careful around mid because there's more players now.
Event horizon, but it eventually drops. Duddy Brains gets a shield wall over, finds the stun, but Noodles for 2 on the flank. Q1 not going to hit the mark because of flash away, but the jungler Duddy Brains not available. Petrifying Gaze finds the stun onto 2. Blast coming forward for Noodles. We'll get him with in-range Relic's bullet time over the top, going to do a decent amount of damage, but Relic's short order kill for Nation. Now Reckoning is in a ton of trouble. Pull back on the Infernal Chains 2. Dilly gets one for Noodles for 2. Abscond, abduct, gets a triple, secures it for Nation. Conduit strike back in a big way there. Also pick up the Rift Herald on top.
And I guess that works too. Not having your bot laner taking a 4v4, and it still works. In fairness, Conduit do have a lot more sustained damage than most teams would, especially without their ADC. Silas, amazing in these really elongated fights. Similar situation for the Aatrox, as they're the ones that come through. Elysium, unable to get onto Barolo. They tried to make the play onto Nyx in the first place, but he is just way too secure. And then Reckoning, trying to join the fight, walks around past the turret and ends up just walking himself into a very dark corridor that he could not escape. Elysium basically giving over that play that they had before at the Drake, just a fair few minutes later. Unfortunately, the whole of the rest of this time, Conduit have also been doing a really good job of mitigating what happened before. They got back to even after giving over a 5-0 across the Rift, and now going 4-0 puts them very much ahead.
Yeah, up over 2k gold on Elysium. Might be a little bit more. Nation tries to find a way on to Relic's Twisted Advance, more like a Twisted Escape, but it gets the flash out of Barolo. Chrome alone in the midst of everybody. Boomerang Blades and the bounces are going to do a decent amount of damage. We'll get a teleport call out from Turbo Flyer a bit late.
Okay,
actually, Noodles for 2 on the flank, in fairness, will be found out. Nation going to hijack the Slicing Maelstrom away from Turbo Flyer. So we got a Silas with a really big cannon ult. Redigan in, not quite going to get the abduct onto Duddy Brains. Noodles gets a big chunk out of Reckoning. Not quite going to find the kill onto the Misfortune. Nature's Wrath's going to come through. Turbo Flyer with the Slicing Maelstrom of his own, with the bullet time over the top. Doesn't need some amount of damage, doesn't find any kills. Nation's response with the Slicing Maelstrom will make it a 1-for-1 trade. Shutdown goes the way of Dilly, who's using those E's away, but hits hit by Q1 for Noodles for 2. Q2 lands his way onto Duddy Brains. The agent going forward. Kingslayer hits the mark onto Dilly, not quite going to find the kill. Gets the flash over the wall. Flash failed from the follow of Nation, all the way in the mid lane, too far under the tower. Reckoning going to pick up a shutdown onto Noodles for 2. So through all that, Elysium trade up 1 kill in the fight.
And what an elongated fight to just have 3 deaths in as well. We were scrapping for like a minute or so there. The top laners both decided to just go
already
full
back.
send, double TPs in. And I mean, it was a bit much, I think, from Conduit's point of view. I think they'd agree to that as well. They don't need to hard force like they just did. Still, though, can have a look around the second go of this Drake fight when the Drake's actually there this time. Makes it a bit more interesting, a bit more useful to have an engagement. And it looks like Reckoning will be backing off to start this thing off and respecting the fact there were 3 people suddenly looking at him in mid.
Yeah, it was looking like it might have been a little bit troublesome for Reckoning. Dilly chunk out Nation a little bit, can't quite push any further. Nyx and Barolo are waiting in the wings to try to collapse, as well as the rest of Conduit eventually roaming down. Event Horizon going to be used. It's going to slow down Relics a little bit longer. Relics, whose ult is not quite back up, neither is Reckoning. Other than that, all ults are online for this fight that started up once again around the Drake.
What a
Event
cage.
Horizon once going to hit 2, but nowhere near close enough to be able to follow up on. Good Dirty Brains waiting in the wings, does have access to the Grand Starfall to try to find a way into Twisted Advance. Nature's Grasp going to be used by both Silas and the Maokai to find a bunch of CC and stop any sort of fight. Bullet Time going to be used. Turbo Flyer using the Slicing Maelstrom only gets the stun onto 1, and so now the counter punch from Conduit comes through. Noodles for 2 gets the kill onto Turbo Flyer, pushing for a little bit more, but Relics will slow things down. Not enough, because Noodles for 2
Fortune's not even
big
close.
triple kill, quadra kill for Noodles for 2. Reckoning nowhere near to be able to join that fight, spaced out completely, and so Conduit pick up another few kills. 4 for 1, Noodles for 2, 8, 2, and 5 on this Aatrox, putting in one hell of a performance here to try to get Conduit through to the next round.
Yeah, we may even look for the extended Penta as well. If Reckoning goes keep sticking
Reckoning
around.
pulled back by the Infernal Chains on the tower. Noodles for 2 doesn't quite have the World Ender available to him, so it doesn't quite have that damage or the healing to really press under tower, but as you mentioned, does get the barrier out of Reckoning.
Yeah, I mean, a dangerous play, but able to hold on this time as Conduit needs to take their bases after such a massive gold influx, such a long time spent on the Rift between that engagement with the Drake and then trying to look around afterwards. So Chroman picking up his second item. I feel like Noodles could have Sunder Sky and then, yeah, okay, a Hex Drinker on top makes a bit more sense. Just humongous gold injection into this top side. With also Asian being at 2 item spike plus a 10-stack Dark Seal, halfway to completing his Gluttonous Greaves that have worked out very well for him this series. And that fight was just a battle of positioning, a battle of team fighting. Elysium come out second best, which is not something we've been able to say all too much so far this season of BOL Prem, but it's just the case, right? There's not much else to really analyze in that type of a fight. We said it before, it's about how you guys set up for it. Nyx was in a very dangerous position to start things off, walking around the wrong side of the banana brush, got slightly caught onto, but he trades his life for 4 of the enemies, and the only reason Reckoning survived is because he was nowhere even close to the engagement in the first place.
And as a result, Conduit sit 4k up just a minute after the Baron has spawned. It's going to be started up by Nation. Dirty Brains on the opposite side of the map doesn't quite have access to the Grand Starfall just yet. Does look like Elysium has smelled out something. Relics is pressing forward. Will notice that something is going on. Teleport's going to be used by Turbo Flyer immediately. Try to join up. Nyx going to find Baby Cage onto Relics, stun him up, get a few more stacks of the phenomenal. Noodles for 2 is going to look to go all in, pull back with the Infernal Chains onto Dilly. Will finally get the kill on Noodles for 2, but the bullet time over the top did a decent amount of damage. Grand Starfall comes through, but going to be stunned up. Nowhere to go for Dirty Brains. Double kill for Noodles. Q3 hits the mark onto Relics, but Turbo Flare now going to separate things out a little bit. Tries his absolute damnedest to find a kill, does not. Q3 from Noodles for 2, going to force a flash away from Relics, but he's full health. He's pressing for Q1 hits the mark, gets the kill for Noodles for 2. Reckoning, though, has enough damage, completely removes Noodles for 2 off the maps, gets a really big shutdown for the Misfortune, but the damage has already been done, and more might still come. Nation going to try to find a way in. Abscond, Abduct gets a knock up, no more turret left to save Reckoning, and the ace goes the way of Conduit.
Another big team fight. They bait them out over towards the Baron pit. I don't think that was ever a serious attempt. The only way you're really completing that Baron is if no one from Elysium turns up. If no one gives it the light of day, then sure, you take it because it's gifted over. But the respect maybe shown a little bit too much, in fact, by Elysium. They TP the Kennen in so early that it gives Conduit plenty of warning of when the fight is going to happen. They don't even have to consider anything afterwards. They just disengage, disappear, and then they had the decision of whether they wanted to start that fight off or not. Noodles said, yes, please, me fight now, yes, yes. And he does exactly that. Goes absolutely nuclear in the backline. Dilly and Duddy didn't have a chance. Then he 1v2s Reckoning and Relics as well for the longest time. Turbo tries his best with the rest of what Conduit had, but he was always fighting an uphill battle there, especially when he is this strong, maybe the wrong word, at this level of power as a Kennen at 24 minutes. With a fight happening 22, 23, it doesn't really matter. He is not strong and therefore cannot 1v4.
Yeah, and so we sit now. Conduit up 6k gold. Baron online. Drake starting up. Ooh, Nature's Grasp. Going to be used by Nation very early. Finds its way on to Relics, who is going to heal up with his passive as much as possible. Chrome alone will use a spell shield on Duddy Brains. His shield vault prevents the stun, prevents anything potentially going awry for the side of Conduit. Dilly going for Noodles for 2, still full health, but Barolo, importantly, relatively low, still has access to the Wish if need be. But the side of Conduit will back away. They've got a Drake spawning in 15 seconds. And with a Soraka, these somewhat low health bars might not matter so much. Of course, Drake spawning in 5 seconds now will be the target for Conduit and gets them up to 2 and prevent Elysium from getting over to Soul Point.
You can tell they're tense.
Hold
they don't
Nyx.
quite want to.
Going to go for it. Hold on, World Ender used by Noodles for 2. Will not hit the Q2, Q3. Going to hit the mark, but he's just going to be CC'd out of it. Shutdown goes away of Reckoning. And so Nation going to try to find way back forward. Chrome alone with the auto attacks gets the kills, but it's a return from Elysium. Nyx going to use the Primordial Burst, and it will do just that. Relic's not quite going to get killed by Nation to make it a 3-4-1, but Elysium, despite the early kill, will have to lick their wounds and back away and concede the 4th Drake of the game.
And second apiece now it will be, which means that this Soul is going to be so incredibly delayed for either side. We're talking 36 minutes at about the earliest that it can be there, at which point, I mean, it's still a Cloud Soul, still very useful, but it's going to have much more minimal impact than it otherwise could upon this game. Instead, the macro plays, the towers, so much more impactful, and so far, it's been Conduit favored, with the fact that they have deleted 4 towers, and Elysium is still yet to break a brick.
Yeah, and I mean, even though the gold lead Conduit is leading up in the margin that we have mentioned. It's not grown any bit, at the very least for the side of Elysium, which I was going to get to. Reckoning has been able to pick up quite a few shutdowns, so is on 3.5 items on this Misfortune, has done an okay amount of damage in a few of these fights to make it more equal than maybe would have otherwise expected with the gold lead that Conduit has. But still, very much is currently Conduit's game to lose. You talked about that tower is not quite yet taken by Elysium. They will, off the back of Dilly, take that top lane tier 1, but still, the point still remains the same. That's Elysium very much not in this game.
Yeah, not quite at the same level of power as Conduit are right now. And Criminal is going to try and re-establish his position as well. So close to his Infinity Edge. Looks like he has finally got enough gold to do precisely that. Item spikes across the board for Conduit. Would like to wait maybe a little bit longer on their mid lane, a little bit longer on their jungler, potentially. If that's like what's holding them back, then fair enough. But now that you have 3 items Civet, I think you can just go for a full send at your next earliest convenience, and that should be a Baron after that type of engagement as well. If you don't want to do that and you want to keep on playing the side lane game, also absolutely fine, because Noodles should have an amazing time into Turbofly in the bot side. Still kind of 3 items to 1 as the advantage for Noodles, so he can just keep on pressing down there. And the rest of the time, the 4v4 should be pretty damn favored for your team as well. As long as you don't let Turtleflyer TP out randomly and start a 5v4 on the other side of the map, you should be absolutely fine as Conduit.
With Invasion taking away the Nature's Grasp, going to be helping out with the 5v5 potential, as if Conduit didn't have enough of it on hand. Baron the only objective up, so Conduit are going to posture around it, try to bait Elysium into an even more unfavorable fight than what they would otherwise be, but not quite so eager to start it up, of course, right as I say that. Nation is going to start hitting away at it. A few recalls have come through from Dilly and Turbo Flyer. Noodles for 2 backing off Reckoning and Relics in the mid lane. It's a bit really disjointed from the side of Elysium. They're now wise to what's going on, but it's a little, perhaps too little too late. Teleport now come in, bullet time over the top, not quite going to steal away the Baron and force
Noodles?
anything out of Conduit, but Noodles for 2 may have been a little bit too far separate from the rest of the team. Reckoning finally the one to get the kill, and Nature's Grasp only going to get out Relics and Duddy Brains, so a kill goes the way of Elysium, but the Baron in the hands of Conduit.
Yeah, don't mind sacrificing a top laner
Flash
for
forward
a
from
Baron.
Duddy Brains, finds Nick's twisted advance, is going to catch out the Veigar, and so Turbo Flyer going to be able to make it 2 kills for Elysium. Very nice snap engage for Elysium.
You do mind losing a top laner and a mid laner for a Baron. When it's just the one and they sacrifice themselves to keep the enemy team out of the pit, it's absolutely fine. It is your side lane threat, it is your split push threat, but so what, right? He's still doing fine into the cannon for the most part. He can go there without Baron, and it's okay. When your mid lane also dies for it, suddenly it has a little bit less impact. Doesn't use anything that you will regret using later, like the flash, but still.
Dilly in trouble. Noodles for 2 will eventually arrive. It's a really early use of the petrifying gaze, because Noodle for 2, Q1 doesn't quite hit, Q2 won't matter, because the Q3 does completely deletes Reckoning. That wasn't even the original target, but Turbo Flyer is here to try to stop things around. Relics now going to separate out Nation and Noodles for 2. Double kill for Noodles. Q1 not going to hit, Q2 not as well. Shutdown goes away of Turbo Flyer. Noodles for 2 loses the World Ender, going to get stunned up by Turbo Flyer, and Duddy Brains will be the one to stop the advance of Conduits.
So sometimes things happen and they make you ask the question of why. That there is one of those times. Now, the initial pick angle looks tempting. I get it. You think you have an angle onto the guy in top lane. So Nation goes there, Noodles turns up with TP. Sometimes it looks good and then it isn't. And you have to be able to recognize that a play looked good and then it wasn't, and disengage. That was one of those times.
Yeah, and in terms of it looking good, we've got a teleport coming in from Dilly to just try to get out Nyx and Barolo. Rocket Belt away from Nyx will get the stun onto Dilly, but Turbo Flyer's trying to close down on the wings. The speed up from the Scuttle Crab. Turbo Flyer now slicing Maelstrom, not going to hit the mark. Wish will keep Nyx and Barolo alive a little bit longer. It's a really good cage to stop the advance, but it's not quite enough. Reckoning the one to secure the kill onto Nyx. And with Drake up and available, the soul point Drake for either team who can get it. Losing Nyx this early, not ideal for Conduit. But Nation is in the area, abscond over the wall, abduct onto the Drake. Not enough to find the smite, is immediately removed by the rest of Elysium. Nature's Grasp going to hit its mark onto Barolo. Chromalone will shield away the Nature's Grasp, so won't quite die as well. But Conduit, they lose out quite a bit from what was looking like a very comfortable position for them.
Yeah, and the reason why is they don't know when to just let the bad play be a bad play, right? Sometimes bad things happen. It's your job as a team to coordinate it and make sure that you don't let the bad play get any worse. Nyx gets caught. Oh well. It is what it is. We have to drop this Baron. We have to drop this Drake. Like, so well. Like, so what? You're still up 3k gold. Before that, probably close to 4. Because you end up sending a Nation to try and fly his way into the pit. Then Barolo also ends up going down in the extended play because you're just too close, looking for like a half contest in a 4v5 when your Veigar is in the grave. You just have to be playing a little bit smarter right now as Conduit. You have all of the angles you could possibly want. You just gotta be
Maybe
smart.
in a little bit of trouble. Turbo Flyer and Relics are the ones here. Grand Starfall comes through. Reckoning also arrived. Will be the one to secure the kill, collects it. But Nation goes in with the abduct. Will get the
He's
petrified
TPing?
gaze onto Dilly. Yeah, TP coming through from Turbo
Why
Flyer
is
to
he
make this a
TPing?
4v2, but that just seems to make, I mean, talk about making a bad play worse that Conduit was doing. Turbo Flyer had no access to the slicing maelstrom, so really had no chance to turn that 4v1 around. Instead, sends two members of Elysium to the gray screen.
He can have 2 slicing maelstroms, he's not gonna turn that play around. I don't care the fact that he has 0. What is that TP? Like, Elysium, your play was to get the kills onto bot side.
Goes away, the Nature's Grasp, bullet time going to be used, takes Barolo decently low. But all the while, up in the top lane, it's been left completely alone by the side of Elysium, leaving that top lane tier 3 completely open to be able to get claimed by Conduits. Recalls only coming through now. It may barely be enough to try to stop the inhibitor from going down, but will lose quite a bit in the process, and it won't even be that.
Committing
So
to it.
on the angle, Reckoning going to be
Goodbye.
separated out by the baby cage, taken low, taken down by Chromolone with the auto attack, but Chromolone is very low. Dilly finds the kill, shut down for Dilly, but is immediately traded in response by Nyx. Turbo Flyer has finally arrived with the recall. Duddy Brains is back up. Nature's Grasp going to drop down. It hits Relics, dies by his own ultimate, and it's a really good silence from the Soraka to save the rest of Conduits deep into the base of Elysium. 35 minutes in. Duddy Brains and Turbo Flyer, the only two left alive. Maybe a heroic slicing maelstrom might be enough to save the game for
Stuck
the
in the
side
cage.
Elysium to save their season. But you mentioned stuck in the event horizon will come through now. Shield Vault 4 finds way onto News for 2. Q1 going to find slicing maelstrom, goes on the back line, will hit Nyx, won't quite be enough to find the kill, and the Nexus tower goes down. The Nexus is exposed. Noodles for 2 is just autoing away on it and autoing away the season of Elysium. The first seed of Blue Otter Premier League is taken down by Conduit in the Blue Otter Premier League lower semifinals. There was so much expectations for this Elysium team coming into playoffs, having only lost one series all season, but Conduit will end it for Elysium in a surprising fashion, 3-1 at the end of the day.
You know, it's not even the fashion in which the series has ended. It's the fashion in which that game itself has ended for Elysium. Like, they were fine if they just, like, they took a 4v1 in bot side, and Dilly's too far up. Right? You don't make 2 plays on the map at the same time, especially when the game gets later. You send 4 people down to bot to kill the Aatrox. If Dilly's that far up, then he's dead meat, right? You don't stand that far up when 4 members of your team show on one side of the map. To then commit to double down on the bad play, send 2 players to the death instead of just the 1, inexcusable in the first place. Turflyer did not need to TP in there, and that started the ball rolling. But the fact that at the enemy's dead tier 1 turret is able to snowball into a game loss, like not even like late in, it's not like a 1 team fight and the game ends type of situation. Like I'd say that's like 3 team fights lost and the game should end type of situation, right? The only 2 Drakes, Baron's not there. Like that we're not in a 1 team fight lost and you end the series situation. You don't need to commit an extra player. Okay, we'll count that as the first one. Not basing to respect the push that's coming. You can see Chromolone and Nyx were like, are they coming? Are they gonna be here? Like, do we take the inhib? Are we allowed to take the inhib? They weren't sure themselves. They then decide, you know what? Screw it. We'll just commit to the play. Why not? At this point, it feels like it's there to be made. Let's have a go. Let's get the inhib. And then Reckoning there's a massive chunk on Chrome, but it's not enough to get the kill. Chrome turns around and says, okay, you're dead. Thank you for walking up. Another person just out of the way. And there's still plenty of time to regroup as Elysium, plenty of time to gather themselves, but they don't. They just keep on going in one by one. And that is the most peculiar way to end a series I think I've ever seen. Maybe second most, actually. FlyQuest definitely tips it. But Conduit, it's just like That was never an end angle in top. That was never an end angle when they took the top in him. And yet still they find a way to finish off the game, finish off the series, and finish off the 1 seed.
Yeah. I mean, coming into this series, we were talking about how Elysium was definitely the most likely to be able to complete this lower bracket run. There's this whole season coming into playoffs, talk about how there was a definite top 2 in which Elysium was a part of. Final Boss started joining that conversation to make it a top 3 at the end. But I don't think anybody had it written on the cards that Conduit would be coming away the victors here today. I mean, obviously, they were going to back themselves, and fair play to them. Congratulations for Conduit for pulling off the upset against our first seed, the one who is expected to do so much in the playoffs. And, you know, they will be facing Final Boss next week. And, I mean, we didn't really have them in our radars to be able to really have the quality about them to be able to make this lower bracket run, but they'll see themselves in the lower bracket finals up against Final Boss. And now into that top 3 of the Blue Otter Premier League, they'll have just enough chance as any to be able to pull off yet another upset. But until then, that'll be it from us here on the Blue Otter League Twitch stream. I've been Isaac. Alongside me has been Rue. Running things behind the scenes, making everything work out nicely, has been Loki. And so from everyone at Blue Otter League, we wish you a very fine good night.
Long have we fought for this land.